Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of manager.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
All right, hello, good morning. Hi, everybody. Brock and Salk Show here on Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms, 97.3 HD2, YouTube. I'm not wearing green. I feel bad. It's St. Patrick's Day. I don't really own anything green, so I think that made it sort of a challenge. Maura is. Nice job,
stick
Maura.
to your, 3 shades.
Blue, gray,
scheme.
and black.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just told you. I was like, wait, I randomly wore green today. And then as I was typing in the date for the show sheet, I realized it was St. Patrick's.
Nice job. And Lyle, I'm sure you've got some Sonics gear on today. At least I would hope so. Little bit. What do we got back
A little,
there?
and there's some green on it.
Okay. I mean, yeah, you didn't go with a green Sonics sweatshirt, but it is black with green, so that's good. So nice job, everybody. Way to jump right into the spirit of the holiday today. I think we should start today, especially the three of us. Brock can later when he gets in, but especially the three of us, Lyle, Maura, and me. I think the three of us should collectively give a little mea culpa. I think we kind of dropped the ball yesterday, and I'll take all of the blame for it, but you guys are welcome to jump in with me. We kind of underrated the Sonic story yesterday.
We did, but the way it was worded, that they were going to do a vote on whether to explore, and after everything that's gone on, I think you could see why we were like, oh, this is just another long, drawn-out thing.
Totally.
Once we heard from Shams Charania on Bump and Stacy, and he's like, this is just a formality, like it's happening. And Brian Windhorst is like, Sonics fans, you should be excited. Then you realize, I guess we were just a little too early in the morning.
We were a little jaded. It was a little too early.
Well, you're right. I apologize to the people for not being as excited as we should be. But now...
I mean, I was reading through it. I was like, oh, my gosh. We blew it yesterday. This was a really, really big story that I think we thought was just another, whatever. They're going to talk. And they're going to do this about 1 million times. And I honestly didn't really think anything was supposed to happen until summer. So I kind of saw this as they're talking about talking. They're voting about voting. They're voting about talking. They're talking about voting and talking and on and on and on. And that none of it really mattered much because this has been a really long time. And then, you hear Shams, you read a little bit more about it. And I admit it's not on my daily radar, so I wasn't reading about it over the weekend. And he came on Bumpin' Stacy yesterday. And by the time the day was over, you're like, oh, wait, this is just a formality. This is going down.
This first vote next week on the 24th and 25th of the Board of Governors meeting is a formality to pass, from my understanding, and that will then give the NBA the permission, the readiness to go and start a bidding process, start a franchise purchasing process to explore these two new expansion franchises in Las Vegas and in Seattle.
All right, and so over the course of the day, that was on yesterday with Bump and Stacy, and we'll be playing a lot from that interview over the course of the morning. Kudos to them. They were right on it and got the right guy to talk about it, and love what they did yesterday. It's awesome. More and more information trickles out over the course of the day. It's just going to be Seattle and Vegas. They're not looking at anybody else. So this is not hey, we're going to take expansion bids from around the country and see what people think. No. This is, we're opening up expansion to Seattle and Vegas, and we'll see who the owners are going to be. I mean, I got to imagine that the far and away leader in Seattle is Samantha Holloway and the Oakview Group, everybody that owns the Kraken. I don't know exactly what that will look like when it all comes together, but, the thought was always that David Bonderman, who's Samantha's father, was going to be a part of, if not lead, the ownership group of a new NBA franchise. And part of the reasoning was he's already in the club. He was a minority owner. I don't know how many people know this because it's been a while now, but he was a minority owner of the Celtics in the Wick Grossbeck group that sold, about a year ago. So he was already vetted. He was already a part of the crowd. Doesn't mean that they had vetted him to be the primary owner, but he was already in. And that's usually a really great first step. I would absolutely imagine that this is that, now his daughter, who's now part of the NHL club, I would imagine that she is going to be the leader in the clubhouse for this. But you know what? There's plenty of other people who could get involved. It's going to be very expensive. What are we hearing? $7 to $10 billion, $7 to $10 billion as an expansion fee. So a tremendous amount of money. And the team will probably, go through its struggles, but they've got an arena done. I don't expect Chris Hansen to be a player in this because, he would need to build an arena. And they say they're going to get this thing off the ground in 2028. So I would imagine that storyline will finally go away for good. It's been basically gone for years, but that would essentially go away for good at this point. And you're going to see the Sonics back in 2020. So that will be exactly 20 years that they'll be gone, right? They left, if I remember right, 07-08. The 07-08 season. They would return for the 28-29 season. So you're looking at a full 20 years. It's an incredible celebratory moment for the city of Seattle. And, look, I admit I am not the big NBA guy. And I was not here when the Sonics were here. I literally arrived the year after the Sonics left. If you remember, we launched this radio station in 2009. The Sonics had left in 2008. And I go back and I think about some of the conversations, and I'm excited to talk to Brock about this just for some of his memories that we would have in those early years of the show, the first, 2 or 3 years of doing the show. So I'm talking 2009, 10, 11, right in there. Where we would, ask people, okay, well, how do you feel about, what do you do? Are you rooting for the Blazers? Are you rooting for the Thunder? And the answer was always, absolutely not. I'm not rooting for the Thunder. I hate the Thunder. Completely understandable. Are you rooting for the Blazers? No, I always hated the Blazers. I'm just tuning out, was what you heard from so many Sonics fans at the time. Completely understandable. But now it's been 20 years. Well, it hasn't been yet, but it will be 20 years by the time the team returns. And I'm absolutely fascinated to see what the reaction is. There's a huge group that is going to be beside themselves with excitement. This is the only thing they have wanted in sports for close to 2 decades. So for that group of people, this is going to be the be-all, end-all. What happens with the group of people that were furious, angry, didn't watch for a long time? Do they come back? I think a lot of them probably do. I'm curious to see what it's going to look like for them when they're like, oh, whoa, this isn't quite the NBA that I left in 2009 or 2008. And if they're just coming back to it now, I wonder if people came back to it over the course of that time where it was like, all right, it was 5 years, but eventually I got over it, and I was not over it, but over it enough to be able to enjoy the product again. David Stern is gone, and all the major players in the Sonics leaving are no longer a part of it. Adam Silver didn't have anything to do with this, or at least he wasn't leading this whole process. That was David Stern. So, yeah, I wonder whether there is just a big group that just says, hey, whatever, I don't care what's happened in the past, I'm ready to come back. And then you have the group, Lyle, you were, 10 when the Sonics left?
Yeah.
So what are your memory? I mean, I'm sure you remember the Sonics here.
I mean, there's a reason I haven't bought Starbucks in 20 years. I've still got pretty fond or not fond memories of the team leaving.
But so you remember it, and your anger will go away immediately as soon as the team comes back.
Pretty much. I mean, you just wanted basketball to stay in Seattle.
Right.
I don't love that, or that's putting it lightly. I'm still mad about the fact that it took 20 years and they were gone to begin with.
Of course.
But yeah, of course. When you get basketball back in Seattle and they're the Sonics and you see the jerseys back, yeah, like I think a lot of the city will be, I'd just be fired up about it.
Yeah, so you won't hold any grudge at that point against the NBA or anything like that. It's like, nope, don't care. At this point, obviously you cared for a long, long time. Now I'm in. Let's go. Bring the NBA back 100% full go. I
mean, I'll still forever be furious at Clay Bennett, but I'll go back to watching games, with the Sonics.
I mean, I would never expect anybody to stop being furious at Clay Bennett, as you should be. The guy's ridiculous, what he did. Everybody involved, whether it's Clay Bennett or Howard Schultz, whoever you choose to blame, I would not blame one person for continuing to be furious about that forever. But it's happening now. This is going to go down.
Well, on the positive side of things, not talking about the people that made everyone angry. They're saying that all the history would come back. The Thunder won't keep any of that. I talked to Spencer Haywood at the Seattle Sports Star of the Year Awards the other night. He was talking about how he's got a jersey just waiting to be in the rafters. He's a Hall of Famer who wants that hung there.
That's so crazy.
Time alongside his teammates. So it's, and he was really excited. He kept telling me the other night, because I was like, hopefully soon. And he's like, it's coming. It's coming. I wonder if he knew something.
I mean, I think we've all known it was coming, and then the only thing that
but I was like, hopefully sooner than later, and he's like, no, it will be.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then he probably had some sense that this was the vote that was about to go down, that this was about to come out. So, hey, whatever. Either way, again, apologies from yesterday that we didn't quite grasp the enormity, I think is probably the word I'm looking for, of this moment, because this is really, really big, and it does look now like this is a foregone conclusion. The Sonics are coming back to Seattle.
9 out of 10 experts agree wearing earbuds at work is the universal signal for leave me alone. So grab the earbuds, pull up the Seattle Sports app, and trade that annoying coworker's endless yapping for this.
He's at the wall. Cal Raleigh's first one of the spring.
Listen to every Mariners spring training game live for free, only on the Seattle Sports app. Improving lives through Mariners baseball, one
Sparkling play by Josh Naylor
at a time.
This season, go electric with Toyota's BZ lineup, available now at Toyota of Kirkland. Instant power, smooth acceleration, and a quiet ride that feels like warm-ups before the stadium fills. Come in, take a test drive, and experience the future of driving for yourself. You can take home your new BZ the same day right after you test drive it. Charge up this season at Toyota of Kirkland and visit them today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com. That's toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. It's funny how you get used to things in not so ideal condition around the house. It's Dave Wyman here, and for me, it was old windows. After 20 years in our home, virtually every window had a broken seal. We got used to cold drafts, outside noises, and condensation. And if you're in the same boat, use this spring to say goodbye to the old, dreary windows and hello to your new exclusive windows from Harley Exteriors. Right now, they're having a spring cleaning sale to complete your home makeover. If you buy 10 windows, you can choose between 20% off your entire project or get a free door. On top of that, make 0 payments and accumulate 0 interest for up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade, manufactured right here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Call 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today at harleyexteriors.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
How can you grow your business from idea to industry leader? With smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need. Go to amazonbusiness.com for support.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-433-8909. 800-433-8909. Again, that's 800-433-8909.
Get broadcast times for every Three Tree Roofing Mariners Cactus League broadcast.
Holy smokes, he does it again!
At seattlesports.com.
High five! Up top!
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, Sonics fans, this sure feels legit. The NBA vote next week is expected to be a mere formality, and the league seems ready to open up the bidding process for teams in only Seattle and Las Vegas. Brian Windhorst yesterday on NBA Today.
Been some stops and starts in this, and there's definitely a process, as Shams was describing. But for the first time really since 2008, I think if you're a Seattle Sonics fan, you can truly start to believe that the Sonics are in the process of coming back.
I mean, that is a pretty huge statement, and sure seems to be true. They wouldn't be moving forward with the bidding process if they didn't know for sure that they were going to get the fee that they want. So this is happening. There should be a team playing in Climate Pledge Arena in 2028. Shams was on yesterday with Bump and Stacy and talked a little bit about what the fee could look like.
Industry executives have been saying across not only in NBA circles, but in financial circles that you're looking at anywhere between $7 to $10 billion range. So if it reaches in that plateau, you're looking at 2 top 8 to 10 revenue generating markets. And the appeal of those 2 markets, and also the collective bargaining that the NBA is under now, it's going to lead likely to a robust purchasing price for both teams. And so it's multiple steps. The first step will then give the NBA over the next several months the ability to go and get bids. And then by the end of the year, once they have an idea of exactly what the bids are, the final voting process to approve those 2 teams into the 32-team NBA.
So let me just looking this up. 7 to 10 billion. Clay Bennett bought the Sonics from Howard Schultz for $350 million? That can't be right. That is, think about the return on that investment in terms of what a team is worth not even 20 years later, 17 years later. That is a really remarkable thing. In any event, it is wonderful news. 28-29 season. There will be a basketball team here. And so we got 2 more seasons to go before they're back. Just 20 years. That's it when it's all said and done.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, WC final set. Probably not what you would have expected before the tournament began, but the U.S. will take on Venezuela tonight at 5 p.m. It was quite a comeback for the Venezuelans. They were down 2-1, had their lone run thanks to an old friend.
Rod Carew just got mad hits. Oh, that ball is crushed. Gino lifts off. Venezuela's on the board.
Is that a little Beastie Boy reference? Rod Carews just got mad hits. That away. I like that. That was Gino Suarez early, but they were down 2-1 in the 7th. They score 3 in the 7th. Ronald Acuna getting it done.
First pitch, ground ball, smothered by Antonacci. Run scores, tie game.
Then it was Miguel Garcia, and then I think it was Luis Arias after that, and they end up beating the Italians. Huge credit to Italy. They really were the surprise darlings of the tournament, but does make for a fun final matchup tonight. Edward Bizardo, by the way, did throw one clean inning in the Venezuelan win. Meanwhile, Mariners off yesterday, but they got split squad games today. Padres and Rockies, so we'll see a couple different Mariner games today. And we'll watch and see what happens with J.P. Crawford. There are a lot of ways they could handle this. We don't know what's going on with his injury. Shannon gave us the latest yesterday.
He is calling it, or they are calling it, fatigue. It is, we've been over it. He's felt it before. So he was held out of games for about a week and a half, and then he came back, played a couple, and now they're holding him back a little bit more. I will say that leading up to the games, he did do quite a bit of the fielding drills. So it's not like he's had nothing with the arm this spring. He has been throwing. He has been participating in fielding drills. And, JP yesterday said he anticipates being in the lineup tomorrow. So hopefully that's a good sign right there. But when we talked to Dan, they said, well, we'll know more after the off day. So, I think they're not too worried about it, but certainly it's something that they would like to get put behind them. And as of right now, it's not behind them.
No, not yet. We'll see what happens. Obviously, you got another just over a week before we start having the opening day conversation. But, if he can't be there for opening day, there are a lot of different ways you can handle it. You can just go with Rivas. You can allow Emerson to play, Colt Emerson, right off the bat, which, has some risk factor associated with it. But there are a lot of options for the Mariners for opening day.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I'll throw some kudos to a couple of Seahawks who earned themselves a little extra money. Drake Thomas and Anthony Bradford both finishing in the top 25 for performance-based play. So these are bonuses that players can get for essentially outperforming their contracts. Both of them earn just over $1 million. So this whole performance-based pay program was collectively bargained through the league, and it compensates, again, players based on mostly playing time and salary level. So it doesn't, I don't know that it looks at much as much at how they played as much as how much they played. And so I know that there were some fans surprised by the Anthony Bradford thing, but he played nearly every snap this year. And he knows that he's not always the most popular on social media.
No, I see everything. Most of it be funny to me, to be honest. Like, everybody know I done went through some slander this year. You know what I'm saying? I done hopped on the bandwagon for sure a few times. I done seen myself on the internet a few times, and it's obviously funny. But yeah, at first when you see it, it's hard to take in because you get to wondering like, well, is the people in the building thinking the same thing? But then again, you just got to trust yourself and know the work that you put in week in and week out. So, you know what I'm saying? It's pretty funny to me. I don't really pay too much attention to it.
You know, it's funny. I don't really remember that answer. We must have played it at the time, but it kind of slipped through for me. That's a really good answer to that question. Good for him. That kind of makes me like Anthony Bradford more. Oh, what a great answer. Like, yeah, I see it. I see it all. It's kind of funny. It hurt at the beginning, but you learned to roll with it. Like, what a great answer to that question. Good for him. And he makes over $1 million bonus here just for getting all that playing time. Kraken back on the ice at home tonight. They will host Tampa Bay. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour. Here in the Brock and Salk Show, got a text, and I don't know how many people are wondering this, but 509 says, hey, so when we do get the Sonics back, will we still be the Seattle Supersonics, and will they still have the same colors? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so the deal is that, I mean, the Thunder own currently all of that history, which is still ridiculous, but part of the deal is they give it up as soon as there is a new team back in Seattle. So Seattle gets to bring back all of its history, and you can start retiring numbers that you would like to retire. You can do all of that stuff. The jerseys, I know there'll be conversations about which jerseys. Are they going to build new jerseys? Are they going to base them off which of the many cool uniform combos that they've had over the years? And it's the NBA. You get like 12 jerseys a year now, right? How many jerseys can an NBA team have? It's at least 4 or 5. So, I mean, like, they could wear a newly designed jersey, a mid-90s jersey, a 70s jersey. Like, they could do all of it. So I would imagine that over that, first season, you're going to see a ton of nods to the past, but also they're going to want to establish something new. And heck, we don't even know who the owner's going to be yet. But yeah, they do get the history back. So they will be the Sonics, and they will still have the same history as it gets returned to the city and to the franchise. In the meantime, we're gearing up for opening day. Let me remind you, it's next Thursday. We're really coming up on this. So want to send you and a friend to opening day, and with an experience like you've never had before, that's for sure. You can enjoy everything. Player introductions, first pitch, so much more, all from the field, on the field. On the field. So to enter, you got to open the Seattle Sports app, which click the Win tab and find out how. If you don't already have that app, simply text app to 866-979-3776. We'll send you the link to download. And while you're there, you can leave us a message for Here's the Thing. It's Tuesday, but we will be doing that on Thursday. You can enter every day to increase your chances to win. The contest will run through Friday, March 18th. That's this Friday. All right. We got some great information on the future direction of the Seahawks, both in terms of free agency, the roster build, but also in terms of the system that makes everything click. Stick around. You'll hear more next on Brock and Salk.
Having one of those days where a little of this would make things so much better?
Fastball, strike three called. He got him looking. How about that for a Cactus League debut? Cade Anderson striking out the side.
We got you. You can stream every Mariners spring training game live for free on the Seattle Sports app. Making lives better through Mariners baseball, one
goodbye baseball
at a time. Home of your American League West champion Mariners.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
Your old water heater's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net.
Day and Night has $150 off installation of any new water heater, including tankless, backed by a free lifetime warranty.
Hi, I'm Bruce. When your old water heater leaks or fails, the damage could be catastrophic. Whether you need an emergency replacement or you're planning ahead before it leaks, give us a call and we'll help you get into hot water again.
Get $150 off installation of any new water heater.
DayandNight.net.
Dealing with divorce and custody issues can be terrifying and very lonely, but you don't need to face it alone. Goldberg Jones has been helping Northwest husbands and fathers for more than 30 years. Thousands of men have put their trust in us. You can too. Learn more at goldbergjones.com.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
The best path at that point was to stop for the night, and you go home and take a breath. She came back in the morning and bought the car. She was way happier.
The LJ way.
Hear that? That's the sound of a car rolling into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. The sound of another savvy driver getting an oil change from trained pros. The sound of not having to leave your car while we quickly change your oil. At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, there's no hassle with appointments or dealer wait times. That's one smart bell.
Smalls here. Did you know there are many ways to do your taxes with H&R Block? You can go to a local office and get expert help in person, or you can choose virtual tax prep and get expert help without leaving home. Or you can even do them yourself online with live human help standing by. Whatever you choose, you can file with confidence, having H&R Block's 70+ years of tax expertise in your corner. Switch today and file your way at hrblock.com.
It's tournament time when the most talented teams survive and advance. And whether you're cutting down the nets or cutting through resumes, one thing's clear. The best teams are built with the best people. If you're hiring, you need ZipRecruiter. Their smart matching technology finds qualified candidates fast. You can add screening questions to get the right applicants and even filter to see who's recently active. Score the best for your team with ZipRecruiter. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Some places
places just know how to make an evening special. I'm Brock Ewart, and for me, that place is Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar in Bellevue. For 24 years, my friend Chef John Howie and his team have delivered incredible seafood. I'm talking pristine local oysters, sushi, cedar plank salmon, generous portions, and an unmatched beverage list. From the first greeting to the final bite, you feel taken care of. Celebration, business dinner, night with friends, Sea Star turns great meals into lasting memories. SeaStarRestaurant.com.
Don't miss the John Schneider Show, presented by Silver City Brewery.
I truly believe defense wins championships.
Thursdays at 4, only on Seattle Sports.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping. Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
So we mentioned a whole bunch of times, Brock, that we went to the Super Bowl and had very few guests on Radio Row. It was just not our thing, Media Row. We just didn't have a lot of guests. Now, that doesn't mean we didn't talk to a lot of people. And one of the people we talked to, we actually would have loved to have had for a guest, but it just didn't work out, I think, timing-wise. But we did bump into Ross Tucker, host of the Ross Tucker podcast, on social media at Ross Tucker NFL, and one of our favorites. And we chatted with him for a while. And so,
to be fair, I don't know if we bumped into him.
No.
I think we had individual encounters, and I think yours was at the muffin and biscuit line, was it not?
It was. Where was yours?
Yes.
Wasn't it there also?
So mine was down on Media Row. No, we were downstairs.
A much more professional environment.
Much more
All
professional.
right. Well, so we waited an extra month, but we finally got Ross Tucker on the show. Hi, Ross. How are you?
I am doing awesome. It's good to see you guys again and talk with you after. Yeah, you don't run into that many other people. I mean, you see them. I decided that the best place to see people is the escalator.
Sure.
On the way from Media Row up to where the muffins are.
True.
Because that way you can see each other.
Yeah.
Yo, what's
you
up?
can wave.
Yeah.
You can make the connection. But there doesn't have to be any forced, awkward conversation. It's impossible. You're going 2 different ways on the escalator.
Right.
So next year, I might just ride the escalator up and down all 8 hours every day, connect with everybody there, but not actually have to have any bad conversation.
You're going to be like that kid in Mallrats. That kid is back on the escalator again, like just going up and down. Anyway, well, it was good to see you. And just obviously we came away from the Super Bowl really happy with how things ended here in Seattle. What was your view as you talk to people that week leading up to it and then ultimately watch that game? I know you were on the sideline for the NFC Championship game too. So what was your big takeaway about these Hawks?
Well, I guess I thought the game would be a little bit more competitive than it was. I had a chance to call the game for UK radio, which was cool. I had never called a Super Bowl before. I think everybody thought the Seahawks were the better team. And frankly, felt like for most of the year, and certainly the last couple months, that the two best teams were the Seahawks and the Rams. And I don't really think anything's changed that. I think the NFC Championship game was the real Super Bowl. It was the two best teams. You know, we had a best of 3 between them. I don't know what would have happened if it was a best of 5. I don't know what would have happened if it was a best of 7, but it wasn't. It was a best of 3, and Seattle took the last 2, which was what really mattered. Now, if they didn't have that interesting Thursday nighter and that game had been in LA, would it have been different? Who knows? We'll never know. It doesn't matter. The Seahawks won the whole thing. They deserved it. Primarily the strength of that defense, but I did like, as a former offensive lineman, that their running game was such a huge component, in particular of winning the Super Bowl. That was pretty cool.
Ross, you've been in many environments. Ross Tucker here with us. I am curious where that NFC Championship game on the sidelines, as you were in that cauldron of intensity and just all that it brought to life. Where did that rank in some of the all-time environments that Ross Tucker's found himself in?
Well, so first of all, conference championship games are by far the best environment in the NFL. By far. The Super Bowl is just a lot more corporate, and you know, there's fans of both teams, but then there's a lot of people that are just there because they just want to go to a Super Bowl. There is nothing better than a conference championship game, just because that home crowd, and I got to tell you, the Seahawks remind me a little bit of one of Brock's former teams in the Indianapolis Colts, in the sense that they might be the smartest fan base in the NFL right now. When the Seahawks have the ball, it's like they're in a library. I mean, it is so quiet. They do an unbelievable job. It's like when Peyton Manning used to tell everybody, "Hey, we're on offense. Shut up. Only person anybody should be talking is me." And the Colts fans went along with it. That's the Seahawks when they're on offense, and then when they're on defense, man, it got loud. I mean, it really, really gets loud. I've asked a million people this. I don't understand why these new teams build stadiums, but they don't incorporate the acoustics from Seattle, because obviously that's a big factor. And I think it was a factor in that game for sure. It is really, really fun to be on the sideline in those situations. And it's much better to be on the sideline than to be an offensive lineman, because your advantage is knowing the snap count. When you have to go to a silent count, you kind of lose that advantage. Just makes the job a lot harder. You know, the defensive linemen are better athletes than you are. Otherwise, you would be a defensive lineman. So your advantage is you're usually smarter and you know the snap count. So you get a little bit of a jump on, and there's 5 of us and only 4 of them.
Yeah, poor Peyton. You know, if only he had realized that, Brock, going into that first Super Bowl with the Seahawks, things would
have started with silent.
Right.
I was thinking about telling you that.
Yeah.
You know, start off silent while they're all hyped up.
Yeah, I should have gone silent in the Super Bowl
Ross
back in 2013.
No idea what he got himself into. I mentioned it.
We've only played that sound about 1 million times on this show. But I like what you said there. And for me, the defensive line of this team was the thing. There were a lot of things.
Yeah.
Mike McDonald is the thing, and Sam Darnold's the story. But the defensive line was really the thing. Moving forward, you know, how much of that defensive line can you keep together? Which members of it do you think are most important to keep together? And your experience in Philly right now is probably an interesting kind of side note to this. I know you do a lot of work in Philly because they've had a similar kind of dominant defensive line and are having to make some tough choices about it.
No question. And I'll say a couple of things. First of all, I think Mike McDonald is like the Sean McVay of the defensive side of the ball. And I'm not sure he still has gotten the credit he deserves, even after they won the Super Bowl, because they're doing some really, truly cool, unique things. The thing I've noticed covering the Eagles, calling their preseason games, and doing some work for the team on social media or whatever, a couple things jump out in terms of trying to repeat. Number one is injuries. Now, you guys would have to refresh my memory on what injuries the Seahawks have coming back. Obviously, Charbonnet is one that jumps out. But so, for example, like the Eagles, Landon Dickerson and Cam Jurgens were both able to play in the Super Bowl last year. But then they both had off-season surgeries, and they were not the same guys this year. So I don't know who falls in that category for Seattle, but that's something to make note of for sure. Number two is that sometimes after guys win a Super Bowl, for some of them, they kind of check that box, and now they've got other goals or other things that are important to them. Feels like the Eagles are kind of going through that with A.J. Brown, and it remains to be seen whether or not he'll actually be on the team next year. And then you do have to make some tough choices. This is the second year in a row where the Eagles are losing a bunch of good players, including their best, some of their best defensive linemen. Last year, they lost Josh Sweat and Milton Williams, who both got big money to go elsewhere. This year, they wanted to retain Jalen Phillips. He got $30 million a year to go to the Carolina Panthers. So that's 3 D linemen in 2 years that have gotten massive contracts. The Eagles, fortunately for them, still have several other guys, but you're not going to be able to retain all of them. So they have to kind of figure out which guys in Seattle they want to put the premium on. They're already going through that a little bit with some of the guys they've lost, which really makes it difficult, because I do think that the depth and coming at you in waves, and even what some of the other guys, I mean, I was so impressed with like what Derek Hall did in the Super Bowl. That is what was the separator and the differentiator for Seattle, was coming at you in waves. And we'll see how many of those guys they can keep, not only, obviously this offseason, but going into the next couple.
Hey, Ross, some years ago, I was sitting in a meeting, spring football meeting, and David Shaw at that time made a point to my ESPN boss and said, we went back and studied SportsCenter. And Tim Tebow's name was mentioned 9 million times. Christian McCaffrey's was mentioned 900 times. There's a reason our guy didn't win the Heisman. So if you were to study our show over the years, number one, the hate for Peyton Manning would be really high on the list. You would also, over the last
only on one side of the show.
Only on one side of that. You would also hear the name Trey Hendrickson an awful lot last year. And if, my co-host had his way, you'd hear the name Jalen Carter a lot. I do understand from NFL people that people are calling about Jalen Carter. And there's phone calls from Philadelphia to teams about Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter's talent is unquestioned. Why have the Eagles not signed him, and why did they choose the big fella next to him to take care of first?
All good questions. The first thing I would tell you is that Carter is under contract for 2 more years. So they'll have him for the 4th year and then the 5th year option, whereas Jordan Davis is a year ahead of him.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Davis is an interesting one because for 3 years, he was not really that productive. And I did not think they should pick up his 5th year option, which shows you how much I know, because they did in fact pick up his 5th year option. And then he proceeded to play really well last year in year 4, dropped a bunch of weight. And the cool thing about Jordan is he is exactly what you're looking for on and off the field, in the locker room, in the community. And because he had the 5th year option coming up, the Eagles, I think, wanted to get him locked up, but also they were able to lower his salary cap number as a result. Mm-hmm. They have a little bit more time with Jalen Carter. I still would suspect that they signed Jalen Carter to a long-term deal. However, Jalen's a little bit different than Jordan. He was not as good this past year as he was his second year. He's had some issues with his shoulders. This is the guy that got kicked out of the opening night against the Cowboys before the first play of the game because he spit on Dak Prescott. His background at Georgia is pretty well documented. I still strongly suspect that the Eagles will sign him to a long-term deal, but because of the volume of other players that they have on that side of the ball, they definitely want to give Quinyon Mitchell a new contract, definitely want to give Cooper DeJean a new contract, probably Jalix Hunt, the one defensive end, maybe Nolan Smith, the other defensive end. And while I don't think they would ever want to move on from Jalen Carter, Ojomo is a very good player in his own right, Moro Ojomo. And so if someone blew them away with an offer for Jalen Carter, given the number that contract would be, and given some of the other issues at play, I think that they probably owe it to the organization to listen. But I still think it's more likely than not that Jalen Carter gets a long-term deal with the Eagles.
Ross Tucker with us, of course, host of the Ross Tucker podcast, social media at Ross Tucker NFL. Also, every time Ross is on, we mention the myfrontpagestory.com, which I know you're always psyched about. It's the best GIF ever, right?
Well, listen. My buddy started the company.
Ross is on video right now, so you can see it.
I got the visual
you
for
can
you guys.
See this
today.
on YouTube
I don't know how many
now.
people watched you guys.
Oh,
but we got the visual
7
for
or 8
you today.
sometimes.
Okay? Look at this. There's a 2-minute warning in football. This is the 2-month warning for Mother's Day. So whether it's your mom, your grandma, your wife, I can almost guarantee it'll be the best Mother's Day gift they've ever gotten. You talk to a writer for 10 minutes or fill out a quick email. They write this incredible story. It looks like it's on the cover of the newspaper, framed, beautiful. Just to be able to say, Mom or honey, I want to do something special for you. So I had a story written about you. I can almost guarantee they will cry. You will win. If it's not the best Mother's Day gift they've ever gotten, Brock Heward will give you your money back.
Whoa.
It's myfrontpagestory.com.
Wow. I mean, that is quite a statement.
myfrontpagestory.com.
Yeah.
Brock, that's so generous, by the way.
Yes.
I really appreciate it.
Usually only I get to spend Brock's money on the radio, so it's nice that somebody else is doing it. Ross, look around the NFL for a minute with me, not just here in Seattle. What did you learn from last year, watching and the way the season that played out? What was like a big overarching NFL direction of the game kind of takeaway, and how will we now see that continue to play out here in the offseason?
Ooh, I love that one. I would say a few things jump out. One for sure is the increased usage of tight ends, which I don't really understand at all when you look at the free agent market and what these guys are getting paid. Dallas Goedert just re-signed with the Eagles for $7 million. He caught over 60 passes and had 11 touchdowns, and he's getting less than 25% of what Alec Pierce is getting.
Wow.
I find it fascinating that the coaches want to use tight ends more, and the coaches are loving using tight ends like McVay, 13 personnel, 3 tight ends. I'm sure you guys talked about that week. But yet these guys are still making – Cade Otton and Chigo Okonkwo on the free agent are making $10 million a year. Something's not right there, but that's fascinating. And then I think more and more teams are going to look for their Nick Eamon-Worry this year. Good luck, by the way. They don't have a lot of them. Mike McDonald, I mean, I would like to see hey, Mike, how about running a defense without a freak show nickelback like Kyle Hamilton or Nick Eamon-Worry? Let's see how smart Mike McDonald is if he doesn't have a 6'4", 225-pound total specimen to play that position, because it felt like he built the whole defense around Eamon-Worry, and it's incredibly valuable to have that guy so that you can be in nickel and still stop the run but not give up matchup nightmares. I think that's the other big one, is people wanting to be able to stay in nickel against the run but not have it be a disadvantage if the other team put several tight ends out there.
Okay, last thing for me, Ross, and it's interesting, and just listening to you talk about Philly, and I saw Salk's head kind of nodding along as well, like, wow, okay, so they did lose that guy. They did lose that guy. They got to try to preference this priority. And, I mean, it's kind of like a year ahead of the Seattle Seahawks story. To answer your question, it really is Charbonnet. Everybody on the O-line, D-line came away from the season, don't know of any off-season surgeries other than maybe Torrey Horton, the receiver, who they lost about week 6 or 7. He will miss most of the offseason. But outside of that, they're pretty healthy. To the Seahawk fan listening right now, saying, okay, I saw the story. Philly's like a year ahead of Seattle in it. What would be the best counsel for Seattle to get back to the Super Bowl? Maybe from lessons learned in Philly.
Well, and by the way, and I know you guys have talked about it, but it's not like the Seahawks have everybody coming back, losing Kobe Bryant, losing Kenneth Walker.
Mm-hmm.
You've already seen that happen a little bit. Mm-hmm. Where the Seahawks, maybe they didn't lose as many guys as Philadelphia did last year, but they've already lost some very significant and key contributors. I would say the sooner, the Eagles have a philosophy now, which is interesting. They don't like to do contracts during the season because they feel like it creates some locker room issues, and they've experienced that, where one guy at a position gets a new deal, but the other guy is a free agent. If you're John Schneider, the sooner you can get ahead of the guys you want to extend, I think the better, knowing that they're going to get their money. Like Byron Murphy's going to get his money at some point. Obviously, some of these other guys that they have along the O-line as well are going to get their money. I'm assuming Smith and Jigba, you guys can tell me that he'll get done.
He's going to get his money.
And what's good about that, by the way, is Smith and Jigba is going to get an insane amount of money. However, he still has 2 years left when you consider the 5th-year option. So you can give him a massive 3-year extension, but spread it over 5 years. So you're still in a pretty good spot with the salary cap. Now, the issue there is if something happens, like what's happening with the Eagles and A.J. Brown, then you're not in as good of a spot with the salary cap, because then all that proration that you pushed out for 3, 4, 5, 6 years down the line, that all wants to hit right then if the guy wants out, and you might have to trade him, which is one of the things the Eagles are navigating right now when it comes to A.J. Brown.
Mm-hmm. Slightly different personalities, I would say.
I don't know JSN that much, and I would say that I think A.J. Brown, the first couple of years, his personality was great. I don't know. I mean, maybe if he doesn't get the money he wants, maybe JSN, maybe that will change a little bit. You got to tell me quick, who doesn't like Peyton Manning and why?
Oh, I don't like Peyton Manning, but that's just because I grew up in New England.
Oh, I thought it was Brock. I thought maybe Peyton was mean to him when he was the backup.
No, he was mean to him, but Brock likes that. That's why he likes me. Yeah. Brock knew he wasn't even supposed to be there. He's like, Peyton was like, wait, I have a backup? Are you kidding me? Tom Moore didn't even know Brock was left-handed.
Very true. All very true.
It is funny, by the way, that the Colts always had the least threatening backup in the world making the minimum. It was like Jim Sorgi. And it was, I love that the Colts were like, you know what, if he gets hurt, we're screwed anyway. So why even spend the money on the guy? It's hilarious.
Tom used a stronger word than screwed, but
Also, I always felt like it was a sign of Peyton's mental weakness that he couldn't handle having a real backup quarterback there, that if he'd been a little stronger and more confident, he wouldn't have had that problem. Who knows?
All right.
Here you go. That was Ross Tucker, who spent some nice time with us yesterday. Great interview. Love that guy. Really good dude, too. And some cool insight. The Eagles really are like a year ahead of where the Seahawks are, right? Having won the year previous. So an opportunity to learn a little bit from things they've done well, mistakes they've made, and see if you can grab a couple more championships here during this window. Okay, the Sonics are coming back. It's unbelievable. Like yesterday didn't seem quite real in the morning. Here we are 24 hours later, and this is happening. Brock's in. We'll discuss. It's next on Brock and Salk.
9 out of 10 experts agree wearing earbuds at work is the universal signal for leave me alone. So grab the earbuds, pull up the Seattle Sports app, and trade that annoying coworker's endless yapping for this.
He's at the wall. Cal Raleigh's first one of the spring.
Listen to every Mariners spring training game live for free, only on the Seattle Sports app. Improving lives through Mariners baseball, one
sparkling play by Josh Naylor
at a time.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
Your old water heater's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net.
Day and Night has $150 off installation of any new water heater, including tankless, backed by a free lifetime warranty.
Hi, I'm Bruce. When your old water heater leaks or fails, the damage could be catastrophic. Whether you need an emergency replacement or you're planning ahead before it leaks, give us a call and we'll help you get into hot water again.
Get $150 off installation of any new water heater.
DayandNight.net.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Brandy Cruz. Hey, Brandy, why? Why First Mark Insurance?
Service. I wondered for a second whether I was getting the VIP treatment, and I kind of asked, hey, is this what you do for everyone? And they're like, of course. The whole First Mark Challenge is meant to be personal, right? So it really is tailored and meant to be a personal experience for every single person. I will say I've just done whatever is the quickest and cheapest type of insurance, and I realized while I was doing it, wow, this is what it feels like to get insurance as a real adult. We had a million questions, and they walked us through every step of the process, and then they're working for you. So they're not working for insurance companies, they're working for you. To experience that level of service really shows you what the difference is with First Mark.
Brandy did it. My family did it. You got to do it. It's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge. See how much money they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With the center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
He got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found Good RX. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 subscriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's Good RX, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Ready to free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business empowers leaders with smart business buying tools, leaving time to focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future at AmazonBusiness.com.
Save $10 on a pair of Rain X Latitude wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Our professional parts people will even install them for free.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-568-2790. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-568-2790.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get his freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Yep, here we are, Brock and Salk Show, CL Sports on 710 and CLSports.com. Brock is, Brock had to run. Brock is going to be back here in just a second. He ran away as soon as he got here because, it's St. Patrick's Day and he was wearing green. And unfortunately, it didn't work with his background. He was sort of fading off into nothing. And if you know, Brock went to go grab a different sweatshirt, but it takes 20 minutes. He's got to go from the east wing where his studio is to the south wing of the mansion.
Yeah.
And he's got to, run security through each of those places. So I'm surprised you've even made it back.
Oh,
you must have really been moving up and down those stairs.
Yeah, the escalator that I just put in. Ross motivated me yesterday with the want of the
escalator.
The escalator
sure.
in the house.
Now I'm just picturing Brock living in the Beauty and the Beast castle.
That's not that far off. Yeah, yeah, that's not that far off from the reality. Yeah, I've said Breakers, Marble House, all that, but Beauty and the Beast castle kind of works as well. Hi,
They're
buddy.
coming back, huh, Salky? They're coming back?
Yeah, I said we started the show an hour ago and kind of apologized. We kind of blew it yesterday. I don't think we realized the news was as big as it is. Yeah. I think we thought it was a little more talking about voting. And instead it was no, this is real. This is happening. The Sonics are coming back and they're going to be here to start the 2028-29 season. So it'll be almost exactly 20 years. They will have missed 20 years, and then they will return here to Seattle. It's not a done deal, but it's about as close as it gets without actually having it announced.
Will it really be 20 years?
They left in 07-08, and after that season, right? And so the next season
we decided to come
08-09.
we decided to come on the air right then. Good times.
Well, so you bring that up, and it did get me thinking about a lot of those conversations we had.
Man, did we have a lot.
We did early because it was such a fresh wound at that time, right? Everyone was it was a very raw, angry situation, and for many people it still is. I'm not trying to say it's not. But in that moment, everybody was so mad. And I just remember some of those.
Mad at the mayor, mad at the commissioner, mad most of all at Howard Schultz. And how could he possibly do this?
Clay Bennett.
Mad at the lies that we could see through, the total charade. Yep. Oh, no, we could keep him here. We're all Oklahoma businessmen, and we got an arena in Oklahoma City. But no, we're going to work for the best deal. And, it was infuriating. And then a bunch of years, Salk, of, maybe it's going to come back to Soto. And then maybe it's going to do this. And maybe yesterday there was a little bit of scars, a little bit of I've heard all of this before.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't really want to kind of dig up all of that horrible past, and I don't really trust this league. I don't really trust.
No, understandable. But then you hear Brian Windhorst say this.
There's been some stops and starts in this, and there's definitely a process, as Shams was describing. But for the first time really since 2008, I think if you're a Seattle Sonics fan, you can truly start to believe that the Sonics are in the process of coming back.
That's about as simple as it gets. This is happening, and that's from Windhorst. We also got plenty of sound from Shams, who was on yesterday with Bump and Stacy. Kudos to them. They saw it right away and said, hey, let's book the biggest name in basketball reporting. And so he was on with them yesterday. Here's a little bit more from Shams.
A year and a half ago, what I heard from a lot of people around the ownership level was just not knowing where it could be, not knowing what these teams could really sell for, not knowing narrowing down which markets you want to go in, right? So now you've narrowed it down as Las Vegas and Seattle. Now there's a projection of what a sale could look like, what the bidding prices could look like. And then from there, the NBA is going to have to do the work, and they're going to have to go out there and over the next several months, if and when, and I think there's a full expectation that this vote next week will be passed to then give the NBA the authority to do so. That's when the process starts.
But in reality, don't you think the process has started long ago? I mean, they already know.
Let me know if this analogy doesn't work or this comparison, because you live some of this in a political world and I live some of it in a real estate world before we did this job. And I remember early on in my real estate career going to these city council meetings and city meetings and public speaking and all that. And I'm like, oh yeah, this is great. Oh my gosh, yes, this public opinion. Oh, everybody is against us. There's no way. Or we're going to really sway the court of opinion. And, old real estate boss, like he often did, was like, decision's already made. Like, this is just kind of the process.
Yep.
The decision makers, the power brokers, the city, the mayor, it's already been done and made. This is all part of the protocol. It feels in this way, the building is there. The stakeholders are here. Like, it's going to happen.
Of course.
Right? You don't build Climate Pledge Arena just for the NHL team. So it's just not going to, and concerts, it's just not going to happen. It was built to house both of these.
Yep.
And whether it was a promise, whether it was a wink, whether it was a handshake, whether it's in writing, whether it's a done deal, and it's going to happen. It was just a matter of when and not a matter of if.
I think all that is true. Yeah, there's a great line. Isn't Adam Amin coming on today? He's our West Wing guy, right? There's a West Wing line where he's talking about this person who doesn't get it. He says, he thinks decisions are actually made in meetings. And it's a great sort of thought about the public stuff, that's not where the real work gets done. It all gets done behind the scenes. And I'm sure they already know who's bidding and what that's going to look like. And that's why they think it's going to be $7 to $10 billion. Obviously, that's a wide range in terms of how much money it could be. But I can't wait to see some of the reaction. And there's going to be such an enormous group of people for whom this is just, the greatest thing that's ever happened. I am curious about some of the people that have said over the years, I'll never go back, I'll never trust this league, all of that. I am curious to see what happens there, because I think most of that will go away. And the moment it's actually returned, I think people are going to be all in on this thing.
Yeah, and then it's going to be, okay, like, what is the product then?
Especially now because it's been so long.
That's right.
Does the length of time heal some of the wounds and allow people to just say, whatever, it's back and I'm happy? Or has it been so long that people have moved on? I think it's more the former. I don't think people will have moved on.
You don't think people will have moved on? Even though David Stern has moved on, even though Howard Schultz
I'm sorry.
Florida.
I mean, I don't think they've moved on to other things. Okay, I'm just done with the NBA now. I'll move on to other sports and I don't have time for it.
When it is back and when it is rocking in that arena and the history of the Sonics comes back and those colors come back and everything starts to revive itself. There will certainly be some that don't and don't ever want a part of it. There will be certainly, I think, many Salk that will tune in and be like, whoa, hold on a second. This isn't Deadlift Shrimp and Hershey Hawkins and Nate McMillan in the glove and these guys playing their butts off every single night and caring desperately and wanting to win and playing to win. This is a load management, and this is a load of crap in the regular season. So I do think
all those things are true. I just don't want to talk about them today.
No.
You know what I mean?
No.
All those things are true.
You of all people, Salk. You of all people.
I'm not. I'm excited for people, man. Look, I'm not the biggest NBA fan. I've made that pretty clear. I'm not going to backtrack on it and pretend today oh, by the way, I've always really liked the NBA, but I've been joking about it all these years.
No, but for that faction, and it's a big faction.
I feel incredibly happy for that group.
Yes. When the NHL came here, it was a similar, the hockey fan, man.
Yep.
The fans in Everett, the fans in the Tri-Cities, the fans in Kent, the hockey fans that have been, just tried and true and bleed hockey. They're going to get hockey back. And there is an immense amount. And that was without, a history like the Sonics had in this market of winning championships, of going to the NBA. So for all of the struggles that the Seahawks and the Mariners had for many decades, the crown shining jewel was the Seattle Supersonics.
It's weird to
They were relevant. They were big. They were Hall of Fame names. They were,
it's weird
they
to
won.
have lived here
and they
for
won a lot.
17 years and have this huge piece and be doing sports on the city the whole time and have this huge piece of Seattle sports fabric of its community, never one time been a part of what we do, and have it all of a sudden, not all of a sudden, because it's going to be a couple of years, but have it returning, it is really
and arguably it's winningest. Like, arguably it's most branded.
I mean, not anymore.
Around the country. No. But at that time and for those decades, yes.
I mean, what the Seahawks have done since then has got to have changed the game. I mean, that's pretty impressive, everything they've done. I just remember years ago, some of the behind the scenes of doing radio, there are these firms that will do research for you, and they'll tell you about, like, what percentage of your audience cares about X, Y, and Z, and this, 90-something percent cares about the Mariners, and 90-something percent cares about the Seahawks. And we did this, the NBA was on there. This had to be like, I don't know, 2014, something like that, 15. So you're looking at over a decade ago. And it was like, 20% of people care about the NBA, but it was like 65% of people hate it. Some crazy number where it was like, if you talk about this, we will turn off the dial immediately. I am fascinated to know what that number would be now. And what it would be once there's actually a team in town, because obviously I think it would change immensely because A, some of the anger dissipates, B, the time is healed. C, you got a lot of younger people who either don't remember what happened or have grown up kind of without it and are just excited to finally have a team as opposed to their memories of the Sonics. I think it's going to be
and everybody I know in the NBA,
huge story.
all the announcers and all the people that I know in the NBA, you know what they can't wait for? Seattle come back.
Yeah, well, we'll talk to Adam about that.
Yep, and he calls games for the Bulls. So one of the favorite stops for so many years. And, pretty stinking cool.
Well, I got more questions for you about it over the course of the day because we'll talk uniforms and return. And we've got even the expansion draft process. I mean, like, this thing is going to go down. So we've got all info over the course of the morning. And, yes, we will talk to Adam Amin about WBC, but also about this. He's the voice of the Chicago Bulls, so he'll be making some trips to Seattle in the future. Looking forward to it. We'll come right back with everything you need to know next.
Having one of those days where a little of this would make things so much better?
Fastball, strike three called. He got him looking. How about that for a Cactus League debut? Cade Anderson striking out the side.
We got you. You can stream every Mariners spring training game live for free on the Seattle Sports app. Making lives better through Mariners baseball, one
goodbye baseball
at a time. Home of your American League West champion Mariners.
Well, spring is all about getting ready for summertime. Aerate that lawn, all those spring showers, bring the May flowers, but if you got a room in your place that's sitting empty or maybe some garage space and you've just dreamt of making it into a home gym, well, my friends at Top Fitness can help you out. They will create your own home gym. Give them your room dimensions and they'll do a complete fitness room design. No secret why everybody from personal trainers to pro athletes love Top Fitness. They represent the very best brands in fitness like Precor, Inspire Fitness, along with many others. They also have everything from flooring to weights that go in your home gym. Right now, get spring special financing. I'm talking 0% interest for 12 months. Plus, mention me, and you're going to get a $150 credit towards any purchase over $1,000. Spring is here, so get into Top Fitness with locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. No longer slogging back and forth to the gym. Nope, your own home gym, only with my friends at Top Fitness. Your best place for home fitness equipment.
2 years ago, my office launched a major media campaign to identify key witness to our client's bicycle accident, which we later settled for $10 million. Because when we accept a case, we don't rest until we do everything possible to improve our client's chance of recovery. We're one of only a few firms in the state with an in-house investigation team building our clients' cases. So when you hire Davis Law Group, you don't just get a dedicated and award-winning legal team. You get our commitment to better service and even better results. Request a free consultation today at 206-888-8888.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Hour and a half drive here. To have fun here for 8 to 9 hours a day versus if it's the other way around, then I'll take it.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Hey,
it's Bob Stelton here, and if you're somebody with joint pain, this will be of interest to you. This Thursday night at 6 p.m., Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, is having a free live webinar to talk about stem cell therapy.
Hi, it's Dave Wyman, and this live webinar is a great education on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
Whether it's a hip like I had, a shoulder, elbow, knee, or even wrists and ankles, this live webinar will explain the procedure and how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells.
Learn about stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, one of the most experienced in the country with over 20,000 stem cell procedures.
Go pain-free in 2026. Join his free live stem cell webinar this Thursday night at 6 p.m.
Register at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
The brackets are now open. Compete in the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Head to seattlesports.com/win to pre-register. Receive your bracket and compete for your shot at great prizes. The grand prize winner from the 64-team bracket will win $1,000 in Visa gift cards. But if your bracket is busted in the first round, we have other ways for you to play too. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win.
Don't miss Three Tree Roofing Mariners Cactus League Baseball.
This could be two. JP has it, goes to the bag, steps on second, fires to first, double play.
Broadcast times at seattlesports.com.
It's funny how you get used to things in not so ideal condition around the house. It's Dave Wyman here, and for me, it was old windows. After 20 years in our home, virtually every window had a broken seal. We got used to cold drafts, outside noises, and condensation. And if you're in the same boat, use this spring to say goodbye to the old, dreary windows and hello to your new exclusive windows from Harley Exteriors. Right now, they're having a spring cleaning sale to complete your home makeover. If you buy 10 windows, you can choose between 20% off your entire project or get a free door. On top of that, make 0 payments and accumulate 0 interest for up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade, manufactured right here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Call 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today at harleyexteriors.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, it is going down, Sonics fans. This is as legitimate as it's going to get. I totally did not see it yesterday, and shame on me, Brock, but this is real. Shams on, you know what, I'm not going to try. Shams on yesterday with Bumpin' Stacy.
This first vote next week on the 24th and 25th of the Board of Governors meeting is a formality to pass, from my understanding, and that will then give the NBA the permission, the readiness to go and start a bidding process, start a franchise purchasing process to explore these 2 new expansion franchises in Las Vegas and in Seattle.
Essentially saying this is happening. It's only in Seattle and in Vegas. They're not opening up the process anywhere else. The vote is a formality, and then they start the process of going out there and finding the owners, except they've already started that process, I'm sure, and have a pretty good sense as to who that is.
Help me understand that aspect of it. When I saw that, like kind of little byline that there will be multiple bidders and everything else, well, how can that be when you've got the arena?
I know.
Like, What do you mean?
Yeah, maybe there's, and the same is true in Vegas where they have an arena. Yeah, I'm a little curious to see what that looks like, but maybe that's just how you go through.
Because doesn't Samantha
Holloway
basically own that?
Yeah.
So,
yeah. But I think there's Oakview Group technically owns it, right? It's not necessarily owned by the Kraken. It's just that Oakview is connected to the Kraken. It's all a little confusing. I would imagine, Brock, you got to go through the process this way so you don't get sued. Right. Probably. It's got to be an open bidding process. You've got to go through it. You've got to allow for other people to bid. But at the end of it, it doesn't make any sense that it would be anyone other than a group led by Samantha Holloway that would play at the one arena that already exists here in town. Otherwise, this wouldn't be happening. And there is some complication with the fact that the Seahawks are also going to be for sale. But Shams says, don't worry too much about that.
Could that have a role potentially? I think the NBA is looking at this separately from there. Whoever you're selling this team to or wherever this sale is going, you're kind of projecting it out a few years, right? Because both of these teams would get into play starting in the 2028-2029 season. And that's why a part of this is the owners are going to want to see where do these bids shake out at over the next several months, where do the valuations end up at, and then being able to give that final go-ahead to do this.
Yeah, so you're looking at a couple years later. You're looking at the 28-29 season.
Correct. And once again, the buildings are built.
Right.
Like, you can't go shoveling ground and have different Chris Hansen trying to build in Soto again for something. Like, no, it's this building, it's that crew, it's that group. Like,
and we've said before, it was supposed to be David Bonderman, who was already a minority owner with the Celtics. Now it's his daughter, Samantha Holloway. So I would assume that happens fairly seamlessly.
And there's a valuation and a very sizable expansion fee, and it's a lot of.
Who's probably not able to weigh in on this yet but I just think about Kevin Calabro today. Of all the people that have this is what they've been waiting for, he is, somebody that we know well. There are a lot of people that are just going to be beyond ecstatic, but Calabro is.
So he was 28 years old when they left. He's 48 now. Like, it's
is that
a big
true?
deal. No.
28? I feel like you might have been a little older.
Maybe a little older.
Wait, I was 28 when they left, Brock. That's maybe what you were going for there.
I'm sorry.
I was 28.
I screwed that up.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
How about that video I sent to you yesterday? Just popped up on my phone.
Yeah, kids have aged us. You said radio's aged us? I think it's kids that maybe have done some of that. WBC Finals set, Brock. I don't know if this was necessarily the expectation, but it's going to be Venezuela after they came from behind yesterday. Gino Suarez with a home run, Ronald Acuna Jr. with a big hit, and then Michael Garcia with what turned out to be the game winner.
Michael Garcia lines the ball left field, base hit. Jackson Chourio comes home. Throw to third, timing play. Everybody's safe. Venezuela's taken the lead. They've come back again.
Pretty cool. So big comeback in the seventh. Italy had a really good run, but now you get the U.S. versus Venezuela tonight for the championship, 5 o'clock. Mariners off yesterday. Split squad games today against the Padres and Rockies. And we'll see. The whole J.P. Crawford story is still something to watch, and whether or not he can get back out there enough to be ready to go for opening day. Otherwise, we'll see what happens, and maybe Colt Emerson could be a part of it. And the same with Bryce Miller, who I can't imagine is going to be ready for opening day. And that leaves, this conversation about maybe Cooper Criswell, maybe it's Emerson Hancock.
As for,
this is Daniel Kramer yesterday.
As for, what they do with the maybe final 1 to 2 spots in the bullpen, not really sure there are any, because I think the way that their roster is constructed, guys with minor league options or guys without minor league options, there's just not a lot of wiggle room there. And because it's going to be so early in the season, they're going to want to hold on to those guys. So I think Casey Legumina makes the team for that very reason. I also think Cooper Criswell makes the team for that very reason. But also when it comes to Criswell, it's like he's been stretched out as a starter. So do they opt for him to be in that number 5 spot while Bryce Miller continues to recover? My hunch says that it's going to be Emerson Hancock.
It's funny. My hunch says it's going to be Cooper Criswell.
My hunch says that highlight you played with Venezuela is a little window into what the World Cup is going to sound like when it comes to Seattle. Because we can talk about this baseball and we can talk about all the stories and certainly the drama that's entangled in Seattle or with the Mariners because of it. But when you play that highlight, did you listen to the noise of that?
Yeah, it's great.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, the folks in Venezuela, the folks in the DR, the folks in Colombia, the folks around the world. This is a little reminder that sports is a really big deal here. It certainly is. And it's heavy NFL and MLB. But wait till soccer comes to town. You're going to hear crowds just like that one.
I mean, I won't, but some people will.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Watch that. Are we crazy? I have a life. I'm not going to watch that.
I mean, I just asked you this morning if you knew who Kylian Mbappe was, and you were like, well, no.
Well, that's because I didn't know how it was pronounced. Once you spelled it for me, I'd read it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be clear. What's his first name?
Kylian. Yeah, see, this is kind of proving the point.
You said you thought it was more along the lines of the Hanson song. You were like, I thought it was
Mbap. It's not Mbap?
Killian is Irish, correct? Oh, happy St. Patrick's Day, too.
You too, buddy.
He's French.
And kudos to Seahawks. A couple players get themselves a little bonus money. Drake Thomas, Anthony Bradford, Brock both finish in the top 25 for the performance-based pay. So they get about just over $1 million apiece for getting more playing time than expected.
You're welcome.
That's pretty cool.
Anthony, Drake, players of today, you're welcome. And not even for me. I mean, I hardly played, for crying out loud.
Right,
but
you
to
wouldn't
the
have
Paul Moyers, the Dave Wymans. I was looking at Wyman's knees in some of those pictures and videos from spring training. Like, you should thank Dave Wyman and Paul Moyer and Ray Roberts and those guys from the 80s and 90s who paved the way to have a $500 million performance fund for those guys that are undrafted or late round or don't make a lot of money but play a lot and get rewarded for it. I'll do some of the digging. I'm pretty sure that between the playoffs and Super Bowl and the performance bonus, Drake, Anthony, Ty Okada made more through that than they did their salary.
Pretty cool. Good for them.
Which is pretty stinking
Yeah,
awesome.
it's pretty great. All right, that's everything you need to know.
You were looking at Dave Wyman's knees?
Of course he was.
I wasn't like staring at him like Salk did with Derek Hall, but
I mean, a little bit.
You can't help but notice the scars. Like, the dude has got the NFL scars to speak for it. And a lot of those are also college. When I'll remind you, he dislocated his knee and still came back and played a decade in the NFL. That is a bad man.
When is that World Cup? Is it next summer? This coming summer? When is that?
You know exactly when it is.
Is it here in Seattle? Or like,
You've
where are
already
they doing
tried to put your house on the market. There were no bidders.
No, I just
Have you seen the hotel rates, by the way?
No, I'm guessing a fair amount. Yeah. If anybody wants to rent my house from out of town, $20,000. Done. Well, let me know. $20,000. I'll move out for how long is it here? A few days, a week, a month? How long?
Yeah,
a month?
For a month.
Oh,
sure.
I'd be happy to. Where do I get to do that?
You're going to live downstairs? You're going to shower downstairs?
You know what's going to be good about that week or so, Brock? It's going to be great because the Revive I-5 is going to take a couple weeks off. And then, the World Cup will leave, and that's going to be the end of the whole thing. All right, we'll be right back, Brock. We are on to number 8 as we are counting down to opening day. It's Brock and Salk next on Seattle Sports.
9 out of 10 experts agree wearing earbuds at work is the universal signal for leave me alone. So grab the earbuds, pull up the Seattle Sports app, and trade that annoying coworker's endless yapping for this.
He's at the wall. Cal Raleigh's first one of the spring.
Listen to every Mariners spring training game live for free, only on the Seattle Sports app. Improving lives through Mariners baseball, one
sparkling play by Josh Naylor
at a time.
The full box score does. I'm Brock Hewitt, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
P&D Tree Service, local experts in tree removal for residential and commercial. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. If you were hit hard by the storm, P&D Tree will remove trees and clean up while minimizing impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service, any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeService.com.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. Final tryouts for adults ages 18 to 65 and older are this Sunday, March 22nd at Interlake High School in Bellevue. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers in high school to former college and pros. Get all the info at PSSBL.com. That's PSSBL.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
There's nothing better than having a big fish on your line. Make this the year you take that unforgettable fishing trip to Queen Charlotte Lodge. Time is running out for summer bookings. Experience a luxury resort and amazing fishing with your buddies, family, father, or son. King salmon runs, halibut, and lingcod are always plentiful. Book your stay at fishqcl.com and use code ESPN. Experience fishing first class. Experience fishqcl.com.
Opening day is just days away, and we want to send you and a friend to experience it like never before. Get front row access to the opening ceremonies, player introductions, first pitch, and more, all from the field. To enter, just open the Seattle Sports app and hit the Win tab. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. Better hustle. Contest runs through March 18th from the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports. Don't miss the All Sound Plumbing Mariners Cactus League report. Tuesday nights at 6. Going inside Mariners camp on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
How can you grow your business from idea to industry leader? With smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need. Go to AmazonBusiness.com for support.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, we are getting ready for opening day, Brock. We're getting awfully close. Today is Tuesday. It is a week from Thursday. So, 9 days away here from the start of baseball season for real. Just unbelievable. And, it's been nice to kind of get these WBC games to get us excited. Spring training, obviously, and then got the real thing coming up very soon. Today, though, and I'm going to get to the most intriguing here in just a moment as we're on to number, we'll tell you. But the big food reveal is today. Maura and I, as major influencers here in town, I'm sure you know that we're big influencers. We have been invited to go to the big food preview like we were last year. No double Mitch witches, but I do have some of the things that we will get to try. Do you want to hear just an item or two here?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm in. Mm-hmm.
Well, so one thing that's getting a lot of press is Pierogi, which is in the market. And they are going to be there at T-Mobile this year with, let me give you some of the options, beef and cheese, potato and cheese, bacon cheeseburger pierogies, chocolate cream hazelnut, smoked salmon, and jalapeno sausage. I love it. I would have put chocolate cream hazelnut maybe. I wouldn't have gone alphabetical here. I think you want to end with the dessert one. I don't think you want to go to the dessert one and then be like, also smoked salmon. Like, wait. I can't have that after dessert, but that's great. I'm psyched for that. What else? There's barbecue stuff. For whatever reason, there's like 3 or 4 different options this year with beer cheese. Listen to this one. This is from the Washington State Ferry Boat Souvenir.
Mm-hmm.
Brock, bases loaded crab nachos, wonton chips, cheese sauce, crab salad, sesame green onion Thai chili sauce. And then the other one is the Dockside Double Dip, wonton chips, again, with beer cheese crab dip and spinach artichoke crab dip. Yeah, right? There's fries and stuff with crab fries with Old Bay seasoning. Like, dude, I'm psyched. Maura and I are going to get after it today and see what they've got going on. And then we'll give you a full report
Last year
tomorrow.
we left at the right time and we even got little Moto pizzas.
Oh, yeah. That was awesome. We brought home the Moto pizzas. Yeah, that was legit. Okay. I'm starting to salivate here on the air. So let's
skip lunch.
Let's get to our countdown.
Number 8.
All right, just a reminder, honorable mentions, 10 most intriguing Mariners were Canzone, Robles, and Kirby. Number 10 was Cole Young. Number 9, Luke Raley. That gets us today to number 8, and it's Logan Gilbert. There aren't that many pitchers on this list, Brock. The pitchers, again, a bunch of them are going to be really good. But Logan is intriguing to me this year for a couple of different reasons. I'll give you 3, and then I'll go into detail on them. 1, does he get a new contract? 2, can he have a bit of a bounce back? Not that he was bad last year, but I thought it was not as good as the year before, not quite as consistent. And then 3, sort of his emerging leadership on this team. So those are the 3 reasons I have Logan on this list, starting with the potential for a new deal. It was just around this time last year that Cal Raleigh flew out of Peoria for a day or so and got this deal done, signed his big contract. He and Logan are legendarily best friends. Does Logan get a deal done here this offseason? We asked him.
I really haven't heard much lately, and yeah, I kind of thought that with Cal last year. You never know how things are going to work out, but every year it's crazy. Like, we're just talking about how many years it's been already. I'm starting to feel old, and then free agency is right around the corner, and it's exciting but unknown at the same time because this is all I've known my whole life and my best friends here and stuff like that. So, again, I would love to stay here. I haven't really heard much, but maybe a good tryout here in spring training and things work out. You never know.
All right. And we know that when we talked to Justin Hollander, he said, well, he knows we want him and we've reached out. I'm going to guess what all of that means is they are talking behind the scenes and we just don't really know about it. Neither one of them wants to say a whole lot about it. I'm sure it's better done quietly. But this would be the year. He's got this year and then next year, and then he becomes a free agent. So this year is arbitration 2, next year is arb 3, and then that's it. Like, he's a free agent. If you want to sign Logan Gilbert, this is kind of the time to do it before you get too close to free agency. Otherwise, maybe they're looking at it and saying, he's not a player we want here long term, or maybe Logan truly just wants to go test the market. I just assumed after Cal signed that Logan was a possibility.
Yeah, a little bit easier, right, with Cal. Easier in the sense, kind of, I don't know, easier is the wrong word. a little more upside for the player when you're buying out a bunch of arbitration years versus that light at the end of the tunnel of free agency is getting brighter.
Right. I mean, that's why you got to do it now. Right?
Right.
When there's still 2 years of arbitration to buy out, and then as opposed to by next year.
It's kind of like
probably
JSN and Spoon. Like, okay, here's this, here's
Yep.
this. And so let's add on this, and let's kind of get this done and get you all your guarantees and take care of you.
And then you look at the numbers last year, and Logan was good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, he was awful. He still had, like a 3.3 ERA.
What'd you say to his base?
How would you characterize your year last year? Was it a good year? Was it not? I'm trying, like, it felt like it had different moments and paths to it.
Was his first year being banged up, right?
Yeah.
First time on the IL, yeah.
Yeah.
So how would you characterize your year?
I thought it was good.
All right.
What did you think?
There were parts of it that were great. Unfortunately, you were hurt for some of it, and I don't know. I wasn't sure how
Oh,
frustrating
this is great.
that
This
was.
is now back-to-back days.
Ah, man,
Yeah,
now I'm
piss off-
offended.
you
Logan.
piss off Cal yesterday.
Only
Oh,
I could
boy.
offend Logan, but literally the nicest guy.
I don't think he was too offended, but he felt like he had a great year. I thought
I
he
like
had
the way he, by the way, a little sneaky little something there at the beginning of it, too. Like, first time you're banged up, well, first time on
Right.
IR.
True. Yeah.
Just kind of a window into.
Yeah.
These guys are banged up a lot.
That's a really good point.
Never,
really
just
well
never
said.
talk about it.
Yeah, that's really well said, Brock. Like, well, I've been hurt quite a bit. I just don't go on the IL. Yeah, that's good.
And I don't wear a different size shoe, and I don't put, wraps all over me to make sure everybody knows. And I'm not talking to other Mariner players, too.
But there are players out there.
Oh, yes.
Who want to Roethlisberger that thing. Anyway, I think there's room for improvement over last year. It's not to say he had a bad year. He didn't. But I think he could have what I would still consider to be a bounce back year and really kind of get back to form because I felt like he was, for him, good, not great. I thought there was an opportunity for him to be even better. And then you've got this emerging element, Brock, of his potential leadership on this team. He is now one of the real veterans. And I thought the story Shannon told us yesterday was pretty relevant. We were asking her about Randy and his return and what that looks like. And knowing, obviously, the background here that Logan and Cal are very, very close. Shannon told us this.
I noticed that when they had lunch before they went to the game, I looked into the food room, and Randy was sitting at a table by himself by the door. And that is not normally out of the ordinary. They're all on different schedules. Sometimes you're sitting with people, sometimes you're not. The next time I looked up at where Randy was, Logan Gilbert was sitting at that table too. And that to me, I don't know if that was a leadership thing on Logan's part. I'm going to sit down here and hopefully, he's going to be somebody that can broker any kind of peace if that's what needs to happen. But the other thing that the more I thought about it, I think it's good that Randy got back before Cal so he can get comfortable in the clubhouse.
Yeah, I guess what I hear there, Brock, and think about is there are guys in this clubhouse that know what the stakes are this season, and they are going to do everything in their power to make sure that any potential issue is quashed. And I would 100% put Logan on that list.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say Logan, and we mentioned this to folks down there and ask people, like, scale of the most likable Mariners. I mean, he's in the running for the gold medal. I mean,
I think I would give it to him.
Yeah. Likability from his peers, likability from the press, likability from his opponents, likability from everybody that works there, like just a likability factor.
He's such a nice dude. He really is.
Yes.
It is rare to meet guys in sports who are as nice and genuine as Logan Gilbert.
So a year ago, I didn't make the intriguing list. I mean, that's been well documented. I think it was written in the New York Times.
Very well documented, yes.
Very, very well documented. And a lot of it was because we felt like we knew the ceiling. We knew what he could be. And then all of a sudden, he blasted through it like a torpedo, pun intended, and he hit from the right and the left with extreme power and added all those right-handed home runs and even more to get to 60. Correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the challenges for Logan to take that next step to become a Cy Young, not just an all-star, but Cy Young, is to take the game from the home to the road.
Yeah,
'cause I believe
I think
his
that's
home
right.
road splits, right, are one of those that on the staff they're pretty telling.
Pretty legit. Yeah.
Pretty legit. And they're, I can think of blow-up starts on the road that really cost Cy Youngs and ERAs and those just metrics where like, oh my gosh, he's sub-1 whip again. And then he goes on the road and gives up, 8 runs in 3 innings in Kansas City or something. So I think taking that's where the intrigue is not like an all-star, but can you be with Scooble and those guys as the best in the game?
He certainly has the ability to do it. He's got the talent. He's got the stuff. He's got the, bizarre arm angles and the way he just looks different and all of that stuff, the long arms, and he has the capability. So, that's why he is number 8 on the most intriguing Mariner countdown. We'll do that every day at 7:30 leading up to opening day, which is now a week from Thursday, Brock. Stay tuned to hear who number 7 is tomorrow.
Hey, Lyle, I know you won't be going over there and tasting the food. You'll be eating your peanut butter and jelly. But I also know you are just a wealth of knowledge in next level numbers. Am I right with Logan? And which Mariner pitcher has the most distinct home road split numbers?
Well, it's funny.
He did a bunch of that research last year. He's not way up there?
Well, for his career, he's not. Last year, he definitely had the drastic splits because last year it really got to him. And the only guy that had neutralized road splits was Woo.
Woo, right?
Yeah. But it's funny. If you want to see Logan get to that Scooble level, which he can do if he puts it all together, it's going to have to be some combo of what he did in 24 and what he did in 25. Because in 25, he was striking way more batters out, but the efficiency wasn't there like it was in 24. In 24, he was efficient as you could be. He led the league in innings. He didn't strike as many guys out. So some combo would be how he gets there.
Yeah, that balance, right, of getting the strikeouts when they're the most important thing and then also finding ways in between to throw some ground balls and get yourself some short innings.
Yeah, and working deeper into games. It's crazy. After that opening day start last year, he didn't throw 6 innings again till after the All-Star break?
No, yeah. We haven't gotten an announcement yet on opening day, have we, that he's starting? I mean, I think we all believe that he is, but we haven't actually heard an announcement on an opening day starter, have we?
Not yet.
Yeah. All right. I mean, I'm going to assume it's going to be Logan. That's kind of the direction they seem to be heading. So, number 8 on our most intriguing list, and we'll do that every morning at 7:30 leading up to opening day. Right now, Brock, we'll shift gears from baseball. We've talked basketball today on to some football, as we do every day at this time.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, Brock, let's start here. Fun interview with Ross Tucker yesterday, and we talked afterwards about some of that disconnect between NFL teams' need and desire for tight ends, but a market that really just hasn't been there. Here's what Ross told us.
I would say a few things jump out. One for sure is the increased usage of tight ends, which I don't really understand at all when you look at the free agent market and what these guys are getting paid. Dallas Goedert just re-signed with the Eagles for $7 million. He caught over 60 passes and had 11 touchdowns, and he's getting less than 25% of what Alec Pierce is getting.
Wow.
I find it fascinating.
So what's going on?
To you, I said to you, and I wanted to back this up with a little kind of research. I said to you yesterday, it's because of the supply chain, right? That this is just an age-old economics, supply and demand, and that there is just a lot of supply being pumped out. And it's true. In fact, I was just reading yesterday in this upcoming draft, there's going to be guys that make NFL roster, maybe the only position, because it's a thin draft, but the only position that may get to the 6th or 7th round with finding guys that are going to make rosters is tight end. And I think it's also because there are very few Travis Kelce's, there are very few Sadiqs, there are very few at the top that can do both run and pass. It's kind of either or, right? It's Nick Callerup and Rich and Saubert who are, just kind of blockers, but they're not going to threaten you down the field. Now, A.J. Barner is making himself some significant money because he's kind of showing that maybe I do deserve to be in that conversation of one of the top 10 tight ends because I'm capable of doing both. Most can't. Arroyo, much more down the field than he is a blocker, right? And he was a second-round pick. So you have kind of a huge range of flavors and all sorts of diversifying skill sets, plus lots of guys with that frame that were not linemen, they were not receivers, that actually a place where tweeners can have a home because you can have 3 or 4 tight ends on a roster, and now we build our scheme around those guys. So it really is I think because of a supply factor more than anything else, that pay at that position has not met some of their peers.
All right, question number 2. All right, UW Pro Day was yesterday. What did we learn?
Yeah, it was kind of interesting. So Brady was over there, or the hitman, because why wouldn't he be, to see agents and scouts and people. Not many folks from the Seahawks over there. No John, no McDonald's. I think there were some scouts, no front office guys. And so I had to reach out to some others to say, talk to me about Denzel Boston and Jonah Coleman. Right? The other guys at the Combine, the 2 corners, blew it up. They didn't have to do much because they ran really well, jumped really well, did everything. Takario Davis and Ephesians Bryce Salk, the 2 corners that are going to get drafted from UW, they did their thing at the Combine. But Denzel and Jonah, they didn't run at the Combine. So all eyes yesterday on those 2, and we know that ever-important 40 time, especially for receivers of Denzel's size, and especially for, the French Bulldogs that are Jonah Coleman. Neither of them ran. Neither of them. Their agents, yes, their agents decided. No,
not even at pro day.
Not even at the pro day.
Yeah.
So you talk about the Combine. Will the Combine survive if X percentage of guys aren't working out? Well, we're just going to save it for a pro day. Well, what happens at the pro day if they're like,
yeah, I'm still good.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't get to know that. Go watch me play.
Yeah. Now there's a couple things that kind of counteract that. So number one, kind of cool on Instagram, Jonah was actually visiting on a pre-draft visit. And I think the Seahawks in your hometown, it doesn't have to necessarily count for the top 30 or whatever it is. So Jonah was over there yesterday. And number two, actually my head coach, Ed Valor, was showing me this technology, this company he's working for. He's like, check this out. And he's showing me some of our highlights from last year with some of our guys. And so we have a receiver that can really run, 10, 600-meter guy, offered by tons of schools. And he's like, look at this. Look at what the software company I'm working for. Look at what they're able to do. And it was like a slant route tied through him. He broke a tackle, went 60 yards. And guess what he was able to measure?
How fast he was
going?
going?
19 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So, that does count. Yeah, it is. And that does counteract. We know Arroyo last year, Brady told us he didn't run. He was coming off injury. And they felt pretty comfortable because they could track all of that time through the different technology and see what they run. But yeah, both Jonah, Denzel, pretty bold step to say, thanks, but no thanks. You're not going to get a 40 time on me.
All right, question number 3. Both the Rams and Niners, Brock, what have they done over the first couple weeks of this league year that is pretty different from what we're seeing here in Seattle?
Addressing their biggest needs and are doing so in ways that kind of financially strapping them if you're the Rams, and the 49ers, like, we're not going to play third fiddle. So for the Rams, we know all the money they spent on the back end of that defense for signing Cam Curl, adding the 2 Chiefs players, former UW guy McDuffie for well over $100 million. Like, that's our gaping hole. And for the Niners, what was it? For the Niners, it was like Christian McCaffrey had to do everything, and there was just not a dynamic threat. And after Ayuk lost his ever-loving mind, like most ASU guys, and he wasn't around, we need to add, some dynamic players. So not only Mike Evans, and Mike doesn't run well enough to be considered quote-unquote dynamic, but he's a Puka Nacua contested catch guy. Like, put in his area, one-on-one, he's going to still be a real challenge. And then they add Christian Kirk yesterday, who's an explosive, been around the league a little bit, but like, hey, man, we're not sitting back. We're going to address our biggest needs, and we're going to not let the Seahawks just run away with this division anytime soon.
Pretty good Blue 88 today as we...
Pretty solid. I also did some math for you.
You did?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I was adding it up during the break. That's a little Blue 88. I said to you earlier this, and some people were hitting me up yesterday like, how does Anthony Bradford make all this extra money? He was terrible. No, he was a 4th-round pick that last year's salary was $1.2 million, and he played almost every significant snap for the Seahawks. So that's how this performance, $500 million performance pool money is distributed to players. So the top 5 for the Seahawks were Bradford, Drake Thomas, Ty Okada, Jalen Sundell, A.J. Barner. How cool is this? When you add in the $320,000 they made in the playoffs, and I don't know if they made a wild card check or not. I think they may have. So maybe even been closer to $400,000 in playoff bonuses. And then you add in this performance bonus. Anthony Bradford made $1.2 on his base salary. He made $1.4 million between the performance bonus and all the playoff bonuses. Ty Okada made $1.03, as did Drake Thomas, $1 million in salary. They made $1.34 and $1.28 in bonus money.
Crazy.
Sendell $960, $1.2. AJ Barner $960, $1.2.
Good for them. I mean,
really
get
cool.
a lot of playing time, play really well, and you end up making some extra money.
That's Super Bowl, and you can make more than your salary.
Pretty impressive.
Thank you. Took an hour, but thank you.
Thought you might like to hear this song
Lasting
today.
memory of Dublin, Ireland salt.
Crying and singing the song.
I think it was you and I walking into an
that
English bar and getting kicked out. No, nay, never.
That moment when we walked into the bar after Ireland had beaten England in rugby, and we walked into what turned out to be an English bar to get dinner, and they looked at us. They were about to kill us.
Said, no, they never.
Do not ever
Get the
come in
bleep
here
out
again.
of our bar. Like, whoa, we're not Irish. I don't care what you are.
But
Get
you
out
were
of our
wearing
bar.
like an Ireland sweatshirt or something, and they wanted no part of it. Plus, you were taller than everybody else in the country by 1.5 feet. Happy St. Patrick's Day to everybody. We'll play some Which Is Better coming up next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Having one of those days where a little of this would make things so much better?
Fastball, strike three called. He got him looking. How about that for a Cactus League debut? Cade Anderson striking out the side.
We got you. You can stream every Mariners spring training game live for free on the Seattle Sports app. Making lives better through Mariners baseball, one
Goodbye, baseball!
at a time. Home of your American League West champion Mariners.
Well, my radio host doesn't like it when I give him a little homework to do every once in a while, and maybe you won't like it, but I think this is important homework for you to dig into in your own finances. I got 3 questions for you to answer, and answer them honestly. Do you 100% know you got the right insurance coverage to protect your family and situation? Number 2, are you paying the lowest possible price each and every single month? And number 3, should you need your insurance, can you pick up the phone, skip the phone tree bot, and actually talk to a real human being? When Molly and I took the First Mark Insurance Challenge, it was pretty eye-opening. We were undercovered, we were overpaying, and I didn't even know, frankly, what was covered. So we took the First Mark Challenge, and boy, am I glad we did. It has saved us significant money and given us peace of mind that only they can. They go to work for you, not the insurance carriers, to get you the best coverage at the lowest price and give you real person customer support. They've helped tens of thousands of Washington families manage a complicated world of insurance and save them a ton of money along the way. And they'll do the same for your local business as well. All you got to do is go to firstmarkinsurance.com. It's all right there. You can be the next First Mark victory. Just take the challenge, and it's totally free. It's First Mark Insurance. They win for you.
Jackson Hewitt has a great tax prep deal, $149 or less. Missing out is like ignoring the check engine light in your car. You'll regret it. Seriously, the price is only $149 or less, no matter how complicated. So don't wait. Like when you get a password expires today alert, or you're shopping online and there's only one item left. It's like your taxes are in the cart. Just complete the purchase. Hurry! This deal for $149 or less is like your phone at 1%. It's about to power down. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to you at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. As a family law attorney, I know firsthand the challenges and obstacles men face in divorce and custody matters. Our firm is committed to protecting what matters most, and we're on your team. Find us at goldbergjones.com.
Every March, are brackets the only thing you can think about? Do you have symptoms such as constant bracket obsession or moderate to severe bracket-related distractions? You may be living with bracket brain. Thankfully, there's ESPN Tournament Challenge, the #1 proven way to treat bracket brain right at the source. So this March, download the ESPN Tournament Challenge app, fill out your men's bracket, and get you and your brain in the game. ESPN Tournament Challenge. Play the #1 bracket game. Presented by Allstate.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old.
She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
P&D Tree Service. Local experts in tree removal for residential and commercial. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. If you were hit hard by the storm, P&D Tree will remove trees and clean up while minimizing impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. pndtreeservice.com.
For those diagnosed with anxiety, depression, or PTSD, Northwest Ketamine Clinics wants you to know hope is within reach. Here's Brandon, a recent patient.
Going to sleep was challenging. Getting my brain to turn off was challenging. Just kind of getting through every day was a bit challenging. Like everything was a little too hard, a little too much resistance, and that just kind of evaporated. After the first few sessions of ketamine, it was noticeable. People remarked on it pretty quickly. I had done maybe 2 sessions, 3 sessions, and people started going, what are you doing differently? You look awesome. You just look like your skin is healthier and you look happier. To anyone thinking about giving it a try, if you have depression, ADHD, bipolar, any of those things feel like they would vastly benefit from it. So go for it. That's what I say.
Welcome to the Pacific Northwest's most experienced ketamine center. Book a free phone or video consult at nwketamineclinics.com. Healing starts here.
Hi, I'm Justin Shirley. We offer 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 24 months on new roofs. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF now. State Roofing and Exteriors. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Yeah, somebody says, happy first breakup anniversary, boys. Yeah, that was our first.
Aww.
I know. St. Patrick's Day, 2013, right?
Big news. Big news officially coming out in the world of high school football, Salk.
Oh, yeah?
Interested? Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know how much that's important to me. What do we got?
I don't think I told you this yet, but let's see. Let me get the exact date for you.
Okay.
On September 4th, the Valor Christian Eagles will be playing at Mater Dei.
Wow.
Yes. Yeah, one of the top teams in the country.
I think most of our audience is going to be really excited about it, not knowing what either of those two places are.
You don't know who Mater Dei Academy is? Home
I said most of our audience.
Young and Amon-Ra St. Brown, and produce more NFL players than any other powerhouse football program in America in Los Angeles, your beloved Los Angeles.
I don't really keep track of where NFL players go to high school.
Yeah.
You don't, Maura? You should. You might, win more fantasy leagues.
Well, that is good news, but I would like to get through, what we have planned for today. So
what do we have?
Well, we're going to do a little Which is Better.
Oh, we were? Okay.
Horrible.
Oh, loved it. I have no sense of smell, so
Dead
I loved
frogs.
it. I dipped myself in formaldehyde. I loved it.
Brock, you could have worked in a morgue. You would have been like a
Star.
detective, somebody who goes
Absolutely.
in and
No issues whatsoever.
You got a cast iron stomach. You can't smell anything.
People be dry heaving. I'd be like, what?
He'd be
What?
judging the corpses' bodies.
That's also true. Like, oh, look at this fatty. Oh, look at this guy's ankles. This guy's working out. Look at the posterior chain.
Did I put names to Dylan was telling?
better. Yes.
You're welcome. Can we just ask that the texter that did the Starch Madness lets us know what the final bracket
Yeah,
is?
or send the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, send us all of them. I would love to know more about the Starch Madness. All right, we'll come right back with everything you need to know. And then Adam, Amin in 20 minutes, Brock and Salk Sports on 710.
9 out of 10 experts agree wearing earbuds at work is the universal signal for leave me alone. So grab the earbuds, pull up the Seattle Sports app, and trade that annoying coworker's endless yapping for this.
He's at the wall. Cal Raleigh's first one of the spring.
Listen to every Mariners spring training game live for free, only on the Seattle Sports app. Improving lives through Mariners baseball, one
sparkling play by Josh Naylor
at a time.
Hey, have you been considering those GLP-1 injections for weight loss? Because if you have been, gotta ask yourself some questions first. Are you ready to spend $3,000 to $5,000 every year and then stay on that medication long term just to maintain the results? Yeah, a lot of prescription weight loss injections require weekly shots, and when the medication stops, well, the weight gain usually comes back. Most people also don't realize that the research shows a significant portion of that weight loss is actually from muscle, which can slow your metabolism down long term and make keeping that weight off even harder afterwards. That's why Eastside Weight Loss Clinic takes a different approach. It's a doctor-developed program that helps men and women lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 60 days. I lost 35 pounds, and I did it in just 6 weeks. No injections, no synthetic hormones, no long-term dependence, none of that. It's all real food that you buy at the grocery store that helps reset your metabolism, control hunger and cravings naturally, and help your body burn fat, not muscle. If you want safe, affordable alternative to weight loss injections, you got to come to eastsideweightlossclinic.com and keep that weight off for good. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Can you imagine a world where you leave the house and you take your home Wi-Fi speeds with you? Well, thanks to Xfinity Mobile, it's not just a fantasy. Just picture it. You're at your kid's soccer practice. You're streaming the other game in 4K just like that. Or how about in the airport? You can download a cozy family comedy in a snap with Wi-Fi Power Boost. What if the places you had to be felt more like everywhere you wanted to be? Well, that's the magic of Xfinity Mobile. Reliable Wi-Fi and 5G when you need it. Xfinity, imagine that. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Visit XfinityMobile.com to learn more. Some restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus regular rates for 2 lines of T-Mobile. Experience more. Verizon Unlimited Plus and AT&T Starter as of 2/10/26. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, the regular rates apply, but go check it all right now. Put it right in your fingertips with XfinityMobile.com.
Trust is everything. Earning it takes years. Losing it takes 5 seconds.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all 3 like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Compassion, communication, results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com. That's pendergastlaw.com.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. smell you later odor.
Breathe happy, feel breeze. La 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 la.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $36.99. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Bring your visions to life with smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need to achieve your goals. Go to AmazonBusiness.com for support.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, huge news yesterday, and I'm not sure we realized it at the time. Maybe a little boy who cried wolf action, but the NBA is coming back, man. The Sonics are on their way back to Seattle. It's going to take a couple of years, but a big vote is really no more than, as Sham said yesterday, a formality.
This first vote next week on the 24th and 25th of the Board of Governors meeting is a formality to pass, from my understanding, and that will then give the NBA the permission, the readiness to go and start a bidding process, start a franchise purchasing process to explore these 2 new expansion franchises in Las Vegas and in Seattle.
Yeah, I mean, that is about as clear as you can make it. It's coming back, Brock. It looks like the 2028-29 season, it looks like it's going to cost $7 to $10 billion. Obviously, they would play at Climate Pledge Arena, which would make Samantha Holloway the leading contender.
I would think so. You've got 2 arenas that are ready-made, that are built, that have WNBA teams, that have hockey teams, and in Climate Pledge, it is absolutely ready and was built for the NBA to be housing both of those 2 entities. A bidding war, what does that really look like when people have the buildings?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of expansion fee are we looking at? How does this balance with NBA Europe? I think, there's questions to be answered, but I think as Brian Windhorst said yesterday, Sonic fans for the first time can not just be dreaming, can start to be planning for the guys coming back in 28.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Split squad action for the Mariners today. It looks like the bigger lineup is going to be against the Padres. Luis Castillo on the mound, and that's got Donovan Naylor, Ref Snyder, Raley, Rosarena, Garver, Young, Robles, Emerson. So I would say that's kind of your A. And then the B has Cooper Criswell on the mound with Bliss, Thomas, Joe, Wisdom, Taylor, Kisner, Rivas, Wilson, and Rodden. So 2 games today for the Mariners. Doesn't look like J.P. Crawford's in either one of them. And the news just a few minutes ago from Shannon and from Ryan, everybody down there, J.P. Crawford is headed off to Dallas to go visit Dr. Keith Meister to have his shoulder checked. Imaging was clean, but the Mariners want to make sure they're treating it right.
So there was imaging done. We asked Shannon about that yesterday with the off day, and
the imaging
and this
was
thing
clean.
Continuing to linger.
But
the
they're
imaging
sending
is
him to go
clean.
see Dr. Meister.
Uh-huh.
We'll see what happens. I think there are some very real questions about what that means, and I think we'll come back to that probably a little bit later this morning, because that is potentially huge news, and it leads to a lot of question marks about whether or not Colt Emerson should be potentially your starting shortstop on opening day if JP can't go, or whether you would rather wait on that and give him some more seasoning and time in the minors, which I think there's a pretty strong argument there as well. So that conversation is far from over.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Looks like we got a trade in the NFL. Jalen Waddle goes to the Broncos this morning, Brock, as the Dolphins give him up for quite a bit. They get a first-round pick. There's a lot of other moving pieces, but Jalen Waddle on the move.
Yeah, there was a lot of consternation in our sister station in Denver because the Broncos were right there with the Seahawks. You're just going to resign all your own? That this offense, it wasn't dynamic, that didn't have enough playmakers for your young quarterback, and this is a time and his contract is friendly. How can you just sign all of your own? They didn't sign anybody else until they make this move. And they had restructured some contracts, so something was in the wind, and ultimately they do get Bo Nix, a very dynamic, explosive playmaker, and should help that offense because that's kind of the one hole they had. It makes me think of our Seahawks because I was looking at salary cap and cap space that they have, and they still have a ton of it. They have enough of it to inherit Max Crosby's deal. They have enough of it to rework JSN and Spoon's deal and still have a rookie pool. So they've got a lot of.
The question here says, hey, if the Dolphins are selling like that, is A-Chain next?
A-Chain?
A-Chain, excuse me.
A-Chain?
Which is also apparently how you pronounce Travis Etienne's name. No, A-Chain also?
Yeah, he just recently.
They're both A-Chain now, even though it's spelled differently?
Which is funny that he didn't correct anyone earlier.
Yeah, he was always like, yeah, whatever. But now I'm back in New Orleans where people can actually pronounce it. So I'd like to go with my real name. Okay.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. All right.
He's a twitched up dude. He would be a home run hitter. He'd be a very different guy than everything else you have in your room and even a lot of what's profiled into this draft a month from now.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Yes.
He'd be an interesting name. I admit that one intrigues me. That one does. All right, that is everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Kraken tonight hosting Tampa. Really big game for them. Try to beat an excellent Tampa team. We'll see if they've got that in them. All right, let's talk here, Brock. This is good. Adam Amin, perfect person to talk to today for a bunch of different reasons. Obviously, he was around the WBC, right? Did a bunch of those games, so he can give us some context there. He's also the voice of the Chicago Bulls, so would love his thoughts on potentially showing up here in Seattle in a couple of years and calling games between the Bulls and the Sonics. Doesn't that sound crazy? He's next on Brock and Salk.
Having one of those days where a little of this would make things so much better?
Fastball, strike three called. He got him looking. How about that for a Cactus League debut? Cade Anderson striking out the side.
We got you. You can stream every Mariners spring training game live for free on the Seattle Sports app. Making lives better through Mariners baseball, one
goodbye baseball
at a time. Home of your American League West champion Mariners.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends over at People Come First, PCF Construction Group. Spring is the perfect time to start planning your dream deck, and right now, PCF is making it easier than ever to get your process started with 50% off your custom, professional design, and architectural drawing package. That means you can save over $9,000 on your project, and with 12 months, no interest, no payment financing, you can design your deck now and pay later. Most people who start with the design package end up with the outdoor space they've always wanted. Certainly Molly and I did years ago when PCF did the same for us. This offer is your first step. Please don't wait until summer to wish you had started sooner. Do what we did and contact PCF Construction Group today. Get the project ideas, browse their amazing photos, and find all the offer details at pcfgroup.com. That's pcfgroup.com.
Jackson Hewitt will do your taxes for $149 or less, no matter how complicated. So if you're a delivery driver / handyman / wedding DJ, you pay only $149 or less. We're talking to you, waitress.
Check, please.
/ pet sitter / influencer. Just $149 or less. Want your refund to work as hard as you? Hurry. Don't wait. File with Jackson Hewitt today. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com /149.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Everything that matters is at stake in a divorce. Your home, your savings, your children. For many of our clients, a divorce was unwanted. This is Rick Jones. At Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men, our team of experienced attorneys handle every aspect of a divorce and custody case. When stakes are high, you need a lawyer you can trust. Husbands and fathers trust Goldberg Jones. Visit us at goldbergjones.com to get your questions answered at no charge. That's goldbergjones.com.
At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, we perform an 18-point maintenance check with every oil change to help make sure you're good to go.
And?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Huh. Wonder why the dealership isn't that easy.
Well, we'd let you know if we found something in our check.
Oh, great. That was easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Quick, thorough, and honest. Come with no charge.
Opening day is just days away, and we want to send you and a friend to experience it like never before. Get front row access to the opening ceremonies, player introductions, first pitch, and more, all from the field. To enter, just open the Seattle Sports app and hit the Win tab. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. Better Hustle contest runs through March 18th from the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports. Get broadcast times for every Three Tree Roofing Mariners Cactus League broadcast.
Holy smokes, he does it again!
At seattlesports.com.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Jackson Hewitt has a great tax prep deal, $149 or less. Missing out is like ignoring the check engine light in your car. You'll regret it. Seriously, the price is only $149 or less, no matter how complicated. So don't wait. Like when you get a password expires today alert, or you're shopping online and there's only one item left. It's like your taxes are in the cart. Just complete the purchase. Hurry. This deal for $149 or less is like your phone at 1%. It's about to power down. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Life's expensive enough, isn't it? Groceries, gas, kids' activities. Sometimes your roof needs replacing, but your budget says not now. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We want to help with an offer to lift that weight off your shoulders. Get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Or save up to $3,000 on a new roof today. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yeah, we blew it yesterday. Did not realize this was going to be quite the story it was. And it's just all the, boy who cried wolf. We're talking about voting. We're voting about talking. We're talking about voting again and voting and talking and talking and voting. And all of a sudden yesterday, Brock turns out to be the real deal with the Sonics. And you're like, wait, this was real? How did this happen? But it was like, this is now the real deal. Brian Windhorst saying it about as clearly as he could.
There's some stops and starts in this, and there's definitely a process, as Shams was describing. But for the first time really since 2008, I think if you're a Seattle Sonics fan, you can truly start to believe that the Sonics are in the process of coming back. I
mean, that's said about as simply, clearly, and concisely as you possibly could. So a lot of good news. We're going to talk to Adam Amin about that in a moment. He, of course, is the voice of the Chicago Bulls, but also does a lot of baseball
also
stuff.
does MLB on
Fox.
Fox, also does the NFL on Fox, also works 325 days a year on Fox.
He doesn't take a lot of days off, but he did a bunch of the WBC, so that was actually originally why we had wanted to talk to him today and to kind of just get a sense as to kind of what we witnessed and the environments and the different cultures and all of the very interesting storylines from this year's WBC. So we're going to catch up with Adam here in just a couple of minutes.
He says he can't hear us.
He can't hear us.
So that's, he can't hear us.
I sound great.
I think you do. I think you sound as good.
Does he not know how good we
sound
sound and how many brilliant things we're saying right now? I mean, geez, we are as brilliant as it could be.
Well, we always love Adam Amin because you get a chance to play your Law and Order. You guys get to geek out for a minute
Law
or
and
two.
Order. It's West Wing.
What is it?
It's West Wing. I mean, come on, man. It's two different shows. I mean, they're not even related. The only similarity is that they were both on NBC. Like, other than that, that's
my bad.
That's just rude, quite frankly.
Sorry.
And I do have a West Wing thought or two for him, I promise. I was thinking about it as I was watching the West Wing the other day. I mean, I do every day, but as I was watching it the other day, and I was like, oh, I wonder, this would be a good one for Adam. So then you said, hey, we're going to talk to him. I was like, well, perfect timing. So he's going to be here in just a moment, and we are working on somebody at 9:30, seeing if we can get something done. If it doesn't work, maybe we can pull it off for tomorrow as well. Your first thought, Brock, yesterday was we wait for Adam. When you realized that this was real. Your first
I can't believe it's 20. I can't believe it'll be 20 years. That's my first thought.
Yeah.
I cannot believe that it will be since 2008 when they come back to play in 2028, that 20 years that league has decided that marquee market, I mean, that was not a bottom feeder market. That was a top 10 market in the league. It was a top 10 destination. It was a winning organization for decades. It had won a world title in 79, and then George Karl and all the stars and all the players and the brand. We talk about brands and the brand that was the Seattle Supersonics in the NBA. And to think that it was gone, honestly, that was probably my first thought. I cannot believe it's been 20 years. You know, as the Trailblazers exist down there, as many other organizations come and go.
It will be 20 years when they return. It's only been 17 and a half.
Right. When they return, it will be 20 years.
It's crazy.
It's dumbfounding.
It really is. It really is.
And then it does, for me, it just kind of digs up like all of the gunk, right? All of the Mayor Nichols and Howard Schultz and Clay Bennett and and David Stern and just the lies and the manipulation.
So many of those people are either gone from public eye or like gone, like aren't alive anymore. Like it really, so much has changed and so much has happened since then that it does feel like kind of a completely different world. I did get somebody who texted in earlier, like, Salk, why do you hate Chris Hansen? And I don't hate Chris Hansen. I think what he did was really admirable and really born out of a true desire to help the people of Seattle get their team back, something he wanted and missed. Unfortunately, I just don't think he had the juice to do it. Didn't have the money, didn't have the political wherewithal, didn't have enough connections, just wasn't able to get it done and didn't understand that. And then I think actually ended up delaying some of this and costing himself a place at the table with the move he pulled in Sacramento when he was lobbying against it. And just he gave money to the opposition. And it was just like the league was like, okay, we're done with you. Right. We're just done. We're not doing this. We're not going to build this. We're not going to help you anymore. You crossed us and we're done. And the comparison between that and the professionalism, by which I mean the understanding of how to do these things that the Lewicki showed, Oakview showed, all of that group, it was night and day. And whether you like one or the other is fine. Everyone's entitled to an opinion on which arena they would have preferred and how they would have liked to have had it done. All that is fair. Yeah. But one group knew how to get it done, and the other group unfortunately didn't. And I don't dislike the guy. I think he did a great job of fighting. He just unfortunately didn't have the juice. So anyway, now it's done. Adam Amin is willing to take a few minutes with us, which is great. Good morning, Adam. How are you?
Doing well, gentlemen. Always good to talk to you.
Man, we got like 100 things to talk to you about today because we originally just wanted to talk WBC, but then like this Sonics thing came out yesterday and kind of blew us all away. So we'll get to WBC and some baseball stuff in a minute. What was your reaction when you heard that this expansion thing is going down and you're going to be coming to call games here for the Bulls in Seattle in just a couple of years?
Joyous. I'm legitimately, as you guys know, how much I love coming out there, how much I love being out there when we're out there for Seahawks and we're out there for Mariners. And I think it's only fitting that we finally get to come back there for hopefully some version of the Sonics. Honestly, I hope that's what it ends up becoming because the city deserves a great NBA team. It's got a great W team, but it deserves to have a great NBA team. And I'm not as just me personally. I'm not as excited about Las Vegas. It doesn't get me juiced up the way maybe it does with some other people. But I'm thrilled that Seattle is part of the expansion talks. I think it's better for the league. I think 32 feels right, especially with evaluating some of the talent in the NBA right now. I feel like there are players out there that deserve shots to be more involved and get more opportunities. And I think this expansion is probably another way to help benefit a lot more players. I think this is great. I know there will probably be some issues with it. I imagine rosters will be an issue at various points. I don't know how the divisions are going to work and how the West is going to have to probably give up one team to the East. Maybe it's Minnesota, maybe it's Memphis. But I think this is great for the NBA, and I think it's great for Seattle. I'm thrilled that Seattle gets an NBA team again.
There's been murmurs about this for a number of years. What do you all in the NBA circles that cover the game and call the games? What's kind of your expectation for the NBA in Seattle?
I think the energy level is going to be high again. I mean, we know what the loyalty is like in the Pacific Northwest, and as you guys discussed over the course of the last several months with the Mariners and with what's going on with the Seahawks and how exciting sports in general have been in Seattle for the last year, not only for the last year, but in particular the last year. Doesn't it give you a little bit of a greater sense of what could take place? I think this is a city that loves basketball. We've always talked about the Jamal Crawfords and the Doug Christies and the Zach LaVines. There are so many great players. That's a really, really small fraction of the great talent that's come out of there. And I have always appreciated players that come out of the Pacific Northwest. And I feel like this is wonderful for the NBA to be able to have a little bit more juice built up. Another part of the country that probably doesn't get served enough. Portland hasn't had great success since, the end of the last decade. So I think that area of the country needs a little bit more life when it comes to the NBA. So this is obviously the best part of, or the best solution for, what the league, I think, needs in that area of the country. And I think there's a starvation for the NBA in that area. I still hear about it with people from Seattle. I think you guys know Dustin Nickerson, who's a popular comedian and a huge Seattle sports fan. I think he and I have discussed this online before, and there's a lot of just desire for this to take place, and the fact that it seemingly is taking place and it's coming to fruition, I think is just absolutely wonderful. And I think a lot of the folks who cover this league are excited for the possibility of being back there.
You haven't been to Climate Pledge yet, have you?
Not yet. Oh. And from what I understand, another great atmosphere, awesome. And not a shock, right?
No, yeah. It's such a great building and just so state of the art. And then our guy Lyle here brought up an interesting idea, which is 28-29 would be the first year. That is the year Kevin Durant doesn't have a contract, and he's always said he, valued his time here and wanted to come back here and all. No, I think he's 40. He'll be like 40 that year, something like that. Kevin Durant as the leader of the first Sonics team back. What do you think?
I think that's a wonderful thought. And for, even if it's a 1-year deal or whatever it has to be, just to have the last, piece essentially of Seattle professional men's basketball, to have him kind of come back and maybe be a part of it. I don't think you'll sign Jeff Green to a contract, but if you want to, if you want to put Jeff on your bench, it's a great veteran to have too.
I mean, Detlef Schrempf just had his jersey retired at UW. Yeah. I mean, Detlef looks like
he looks pretty good.
He still plays at the pro club. Yeah. I think he can do it.
Is Frank Bukowski also available somewhere too? So.
Oh, you want to go down this list? You want to go Scotty Scheffler? You want to go Steve Scheffler?
I think Jamal Crawford legitimately could come play.
We don't have to play Let's Name Some Dudes, because I know we could all have a great time playing Let's Name Some Dudes.
Cage. You want to go Michael Cage with those long arms and the fro? Let's go.
So
bring him back to the north. Put him on the TV broadcast. Put him back on the TV broadcast.
All right. Adam Amin is with us. You just got you've been doing the WBC. Fascinating to watch. Tell us about the environment.
I mean, Saturday night in particular, when it was a non-U.S. game, and I think you guys saw a lot of that last night when it was Venezuela-Italy, but we had Venezuela-Japan on Saturday night for a quarterfinal, and the constant buzz that was ringing through Lone Depot Park in Miami from start to finish was unlike anything I've really felt before. And this is part of the reason that I wanted to cover this tournament. I didn't get to cover it in 2023, just scheduling, and it worked out so wonderfully this year. And as soon as I got the offer to do a quarterfinal, I was in. I just had this sense that this is a tournament that you want to cover. And being there from start to finish, the USA games in Houston, we did a couple of the pool play games. We did the first two. Our buddies Joe and John came in and did the last two, and they've been on the U.S. track ever since, and obviously they'll cover the finals tonight. But it wasn't as intense in Houston. It was great. The atmospheres were fun, but watching Venezuela against the Dominican Republic on last Wednesday when they're squaring off in basically their pool title game, and hearing how loud it was from the start of the game to the end of the game, both sides, both fan bases, you could hear that buzz going from the start of the game to the end, and it does feel like a party. It feels more energized. It feels like there's juice being delivered into each moment of the game at any given moment, whether it's the second inning, the fifth inning, the ninth inning, if it's a 1-run game, a 5-run game, whatever it is. And I don't know how we get that, how do we steal that from Major League Baseball during the regular season? I don't know if you can. I don't think you can have that when it's not a one-and-done, winner-take-all feel, and that's what it was when we were out there in Miami Saturday night. That's what it was like when Wilyer Abreu of the Red Sox hit that go-ahead home run. We had the call, we punched it. AJ and I just looked at each other. AJ Przinsky, my partner, we just looked at each other, and we were smiling. I mean, it was pure joy applied to baseball. And I know that Japanese players, they've experienced that when they go play in Tokyo or they play in Korea. I know Latin American players have felt that from their respective home countries when they played there, when they played in the Caribbean series or, Venezuelan winter ball even. Like, there's always this great joy that comes with worldwide baseball. And I don't know if American fans have always had the chance to experience that outside of the postseason. The last time I felt something like that was when we were in Seattle for that Game 5, that thrilling 15-inning game. So it was something new that I hadn't had the chance to experience. I'm getting the sense that a lot of American fans who are watching this, maybe for the very first time, are starting to understand what it can be like on a more frequent basis. Is this going to happen for 162 in a Major League Baseball season? No, probably not. But I would love to see some of these moments of joy being applied over the course of an MLB season, because there really isn't anything like it in baseball. I think you'd have to look at a World Cup situation, a soccer situation, to see and feel and hear and experience and absorb this type of fandom and joy that takes place throughout a sporting event.
It's so interesting because I don't want to insult American baseball, which has its own culture, and it's not like it's bad. I'm not sitting here ripping American baseball. It's my favorite sport.
Not at all.
And I also, Brock made the good point the other day, like, you can't do that for 162 games.
Yeah.
Like, it's too exhausting. I don't think anybody would be, the players wouldn't be able to. But how did we get to a point here in the U.S. where that's almost unthinkable to have that kind of joy and excitement around the game, whereas throughout all of these Latin countries and even some Asian countries, they are playing with this level of joy and exuberance. It does feel like it's missing from the American game.
And can I add a slice of context to that, Adam? Because you call 400 games in 365 days a year. Have you called SEC college baseball over your last few years?
Not in the last few years, but have in my career, yes.
Because they haven't, right?
They have some of that juice and some of that charisma and some of that joy in the park, do they not?
I remember being in Baton Rouge at Alec Box Stadium in Baton Rouge in 2015 when Alex Bregman was playing his final season of collegiate baseball, and they're playing Louisiana Lafayette. So, an in-state rivalry in a super regional, best 2 out of 3 to go to the College World Series. And Chris Shambra, who I still remember because it was one of the first amazingly cool moments I ever got to experience, hits a walk-off home run to win Game 1 of that series. And that was the first time I felt I think, real joy. And this is, I had just barely started covering Major League Baseball at this point in my career. I'd only been doing regular season games. So this was the first time covering baseball that I felt this real energy infusion and thought, why couldn't it be like this all the time? Now, again, that's a playoff situation, essentially. It's a tournament situation. So you do have to have some of those stakes, obviously, for, I think, American fans to really invest themselves. Because I also appreciate not wanting to overexert yourself in the middle of August, for the Mariners and, on a Wednesday afternoon when they're playing the Angels. I get that, too. You're right. It would be too exhausting. But there are slices of that. I think it's a good word for it. There are slices of that in American sports and American baseball. Heck, we also saw with the Italian team, they brought exuberance to it. So I do think it is, if you want to call it a problem, I do think it is an American problem. And part of it is when something is a pastime, it becomes a belief, right? We believe in American baseball. We believe in this pastime that has been created here. And all of the unwritten rules that kind of get placed on top of policing behavior. And I get self-policing too. Players have always felt that they can self-police themselves, self-police what's going on in the middle of a game. And I don't know if that's always necessarily led to the best result for the entertainment and the enjoyment of it. And when I watch this.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
so, Adam, does this help us understand? And actually, we've talked for 7 days now about a never-ending story here in Seattle, and that's Cal and Randy. Does this help us understand maybe some of the dynamics at play in this and some of the unbelievable emotion that we might not always feel or get or hear from Randy? But is this maybe a little slice into why that happened?
I think that is fair, Brock. And again, I don't want to project and assume, but based off of how you're brought into the game and Randy being from Mexico and knowing that they play with that same enjoyment and exuberance, and Cal being, American through and through and playing for his country and taking it as seriously as he does. I can respect both parts of that. But I also, if I were to lean one way or another, I want to be the person that enjoys this and has fun with it. And Randy, seems like that's the nature of how he was raised in this game. He wanted to be the person that has fun. I mean, how many great moments have we seen from Randy Arozarena over the years where it is about pure joy and exuberance? The WBC a few years ago, that semifinal game where he makes that incredible catch at the wall and just poses. And nobody looks at that, at least I don't look at that and say, well, that's just Randy showboating or something. I was like, no, that's a great play, and he is enjoying it in the moment with his personality. That doesn't mean that Cal Raleigh has to do something like that to show that he's enjoying what he's doing, but the conditioning of how baseball is viewed in America, perceived in America, applied to young players in America who then come up and go by those same standards because that's what they've been taught and told and showed on television and in print and what they watched on YouTube. And will that change a little bit with a younger generation? It could. Will it change a little bit by watching this tournament? As many people that have watched it and seemingly loved what they've been seeing, will that change a little bit? Perhaps it will. But I also know there's going to be some coach out there somewhere who's going to see a kid celebrate something and go, hey, you can't do that. I've seen social media posts from the Little League World Series or, House of Highlights put something up from some youth baseball game where somebody's some kid is having a good time and, walks slowly on a big hit or something like that. And people comment and go, well, that's terrible. That's against the rules of baseball. And it's like, well, how much do we want to police the unwritten rules? How much do we want to keep applying those things? And when do we want to allow this to be as fun as it possibly could be? I also know that 12U baseball is a lot different than covering the World Baseball Classic or the World Series or whatever it may be. I get that there's context and layers to all this, but I would love if at some point American baseball realized that there is a possibility of just enjoying what you're doing, enjoying the level of competition, and knowing that the other side is not trying to show you up. It is about enjoying what you're doing with your teammates, the way I watched the Italian team do when they come up with this espresso thing and their signature moments and what they do in the dugout and how, Brock, you talked about college baseball. I covered the Women's College World Series for 5 years. And I watched UW, and, make deep runs in the WCWS, and like watching those players, watching softball players enjoy the moment as much as they did, watching college baseball players have fun and goof around a little bit, even knowing that the stakes were high. Those are some of the more enjoyable things I've had the chance to cover. And I hope that at some point that can apply to the higher levels of baseball in this country, because I think it would really be enjoyable for fans, for players, even the managers, even, everybody I think would enjoy this in some capacity.
We going to get to see you in Seattle a little bit more this year? I mean, the Mariners made it to the ALCS. Hopefully some more national games. We get to see you here a few times?
I would like to believe that will be the case.
Nice.
So, and I'm happy to push for a couple of trips, especially Seattle in the summertime, man. It is a wonderful, wonderful place to be.
Well, please do. And, come visit us. You're welcome in studio if you want to come hang, or you're welcome to sit in my basement with me in the afternoon and watch a West Wing episode, which is, obviously a big, what? I'm just making an offer.
No, good try.
What?
Like you're going to sit and watch. You nap in the afternoon.
Not until after I turn off the West Wing. I watch about 40 minutes, and then I turn it off, turn on the Golf Channel, and fall asleep. It's a very specific plan every day.
Rhythm.
What a life.
I know.
What a life this guy lives.
I know.
Don't you love it, Brock? Don't you love how Mike lives his life?
It's very nice.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the 4:30 wake up is the other side of that, which I don't love.
Well, what's great is Adam won't have to bend down in your basement either.
No,
I have a hard
short.
time in the basement.
Yeah.
I kind of scrape my shoulders.
It's an old basement. I was thinking
you got to
of you,
duck down a little bit here and there. You got to bob and weave.
I think the last time I asked you for your favorite guest appearance person on the West Wing, and I thought of a good one the other day, was Felicity Huffman. Underrated guest spot on the West Wing.
Works great with Richard Schiff.
Yep.
Does a great job with Richard Schiff. It's almost like they're flirting in that episode.
Yep.
And Felicity Huffman is like just a 2 steps ahead in the chess game that they're playing, and gets Toby to admit something that he didn't want to admit, and it goes public.
It's pretty good.
Huffman great in the Sorkin universe.
Yeah, that's true.
Love her. Love her in Sports Night, obviously, as well.
Yeah,
we really doing this.
All right. Yeah, well, just for a minute, Brock. Just because you don't know anything about it doesn't mean that we can't dork out over this for just a minute or so. Adam, we appreciate it. Great job on the WBC stuff, and it's just. It's good to talk to you, and heck, we could have even done another 20 minutes on the Seahawks winning the Super Bowl. Things are good here in Seattle these days.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thankful for you guys, man. I'm happy for you guys. It's deserved. It's a fan base that deserves it, and this NBA news is another well-deserved thing for a Seattle fan base that rightfully should have an NBA team in that city.
Pretty cool. Thanks, man. We appreciate it. There's Adam Amin taking a few minutes with us today, Brock, and he is really good. He's really, really good.
I mean, it is just and this is not I can't, I'm going to have a filter here, but it is the Benettis, the Taricos, the Adam Amins, the guys that are so well versed. Kate Scott, who I'm working with on Madden, who does NBA, who does soccer, who does baseball, who does NFL, who they just have a depth and breadth of knowledge that is so refreshing, and they love it. Holly Rowe, I'd put in that. It doesn't matter what Holly Rowe's doing. You can put Holly Rowe in the NBA. You could put her on the Women's College World Series. You could put her on high school soccer. It doesn't matter. She just loves what she does. And, yeah, you certainly feel that through all of the life experience that Adam brings to the table. Pretty cool.
All right. We will come back and talk some more about this expansion thing at 9:30. Before we get there, though, I would like to come back to this somewhat breaking news and try to figure out exactly what it means, both for J.P. Crawford and for Colt Emerson and the Mariners. That's next on Brock and Salk.
9 out of 10 experts agree wearing earbuds at work is the universal signal for leave me alone. So grab the earbuds, pull up the Seattle Sports app, and trade that annoying coworker's endless yapping for this.
He's at the wall. Cal Raleigh's first one of the spring.
Listen to every Mariners spring training game live for free, only on the Seattle Sports app. Improving lives through Mariners baseball, one
sparkling play by Josh Naylor
at a time.
Hey, Brock Ewert here, and this month marks 24 years for Sea Star Restaurant and Rar Bar over there in Bellevue. 24 years as Bellevue's go-to and my go-to for fresh seasonal seafood. And what I love is being able to count on my good friend, Chef John Howie's long-standing reputation for excellence behind every single plate and dish. Local pristine oysters, sushi, cedar plank salmon, Dungeness crab bisque, you name it. Generous portions with true value, plus delicious beverage pairings too. The C-Star team creates a welcoming atmosphere. You feel it with polished service that turns into great meals, that turns into lasting memories. From the first greeting to the final bite, every detail, every one of them is cared for, and you do feel it. And when I'm planning a special dinner with family, friends, or colleagues, and I got a bunch of them coming up this summer with weddings and everything else, it is C-Star and C-Star alone, because everyone leaves impressed. And right now, an amazing deal. 3-course dinners in the lounge every night, starting at just $50. C-Star, the dining experience you remember. CStarRestaurant.com.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
See country star Aaron Lewis and the State Liners at Muckleshoot Casino Resort, March 24th at 8 p.m. And now an added show on March 25th. He's a multi-platinum artist whose raw lyrics and powerhouse vocals have captivated fans for decades. Now he and his band, the State Liners, are coming to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Get your tickets now to see Aaron Lewis at muckleshootcasino.com.
Opened in 1933, our family is still here, doing the right thing for your family.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
P&D Tree Service. Local experts in tree removal for residential and commercial. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. If you were hit hard by the storm, P&D Tree will remove trees and clean up while minimizing impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeservice.com.
Jackson Hewitt will do your taxes for $149 or less, no matter how complicated. So if you're a delivery driver, / handyman, / wedding DJ, you pay only $149 or less. We're talking to you, waitress.
Check, please.
/ pet sitter, / influencer. Just $149 or less. Want your refund to work as hard as you? Hurry. Don't wait. File with Jackson Hewitt today. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
The throw to first, and it's in time. Holy smokes, what a play by J.P. Crawford.
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house. But if you're looking for a truly golden view, look no further than the seats on the first baseline, a.k.a. Trident-Town. Post up behind the Mariners dugout, and you get a great view of Logan, Gilbert, Brian Wu, and our entire rotation at work. Not to mention the best view of the best home run celebration in baseball. When the Trident goes up, you know a party's going down.
It is gone! Julio!
Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
The Mariners' first homestand is stacked. Don't miss opening day on March 26th. Cal Raleigh 60 home run bobblehead night on March 28th. Presented by Alaska Airlines. And a star-powered showdown against Aaron Judge and the Yankees. March 30th through April 1st. Get your tickets today at mariners.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of murder.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
All right, a couple of pieces of news from Shannon Drayer in the last hour. One, Bryce Miller is scheduled to throw a bullpen today. Good news. Hopefully this one gets going. He has thrown off flat ground and all that, so him throwing a bullpen today would be really good news as you're waiting to see if he can come back from this little oblique strain deal. I don't think even if he throws the bullpen and it's successful today, it's probably too late for him to be ready for his first start of the year, but, you know, it doesn't mean this is going to be a big long-term thing. The second piece of news, though, is that J.P. Crawford is heading to see Dr. Keith Meister today in Texas to, quote, make sure they are on track with the shoulder, according to Hollander. Said imaging was good. The concern level is low. All right, well, the concern level has been low the whole time, but now he's going to see Dr. Keith Meister. Right. So I believe him. I mean, I'm not going to if they say the concern level is low, great. I'm sure they're being precautionary, and this is the time to do that. There's no reason to push too hard during spring training. But for a moment, walk through this with me, Brock. What happens if this isn't a nothing burger? What happens if Dr. Keith Meister looks at it and goes, yeah, I don't like this. I need to do surgery, or I think you want to do injection, or whatever the case may be, and you're going to miss the first few weeks of the season, or you can hit, but you can't field it, whatever the case may be. Where are you at with the whole idea of Colt Emerson?
Man, he is young.
I know.
And this is one of those situations where I'm at is you make sure you do the best thing you can do for J.P. Crawford for the sustainability of the season, and you make sure you do the best thing for Colt Emerson in the course of his career. That the big leagues is a different animal. That I do think of my dear friend, my umpire in the major leagues. It reminds me of, I'm holding up my palm right now, that the difference between high A and single A and double A is all the width of my fingers. And then the difference between triple A and the major leagues is that thumb space. It is an enormous, enormous step. And make sure he's ready for it.
Yeah.
And make sure there's not an 0 for 35 coming out the gate, right? That there was for a Jared Kelnick, who was a really young guy, and like you thought he was ready to go. So to make sure that he is ready physically, mentally, emotionally, checks all of those boxes. And the other challenge is, don't you want him playing every day?
Well, he would be.
Well,
if that was the situation. I mean, like, if JP's out.
That feels like a reach. That feels like I'd like him playing every day at AAA, and let me get some guys that have played at the big league level to start the season.
All right. Well, Daniel Kramer was on yesterday with Wyman and Bob. They asked him about this possibility.
Is it the situation where, Colt Emerson is part of that conversation? The fact that he's played virtually every day down here at both third base and shortstop indicates that they really want him out there getting those regular reps on a consistent basis. And I think that'll be the case wherever he reports to on opening day, which is also why if JP's healthy, he's probably not going to make the team beyond just the fact that they don't have a roster spot for him. They want him to play every day and consistently. And so if shortstop becomes a more glaring question mark, I think that is definitely a conversation that would be explored. Now, do I think we're at that point quite yet? No, but it's something worth monitoring here in the next week or so.
You going to play Colt Emerson every day in the big leagues with Cole Young at second base to begin this World Series hunt and chase?
Well, I could play, add Leo Rivas to that, and I could play 2 of the 3 of them every day.
Okay.
Right. I mean, and when they say play every day, if he was playing 2 out of every 3 days, I don't think anybody would look at that and be like, Yeah. Basically, what that means is they don't want him to play sparingly. They don't want him to come up and be your utility infielder and just play at times. But if he came up and played and they gave him days off against lefties or whatever, like I don't think that would be the problem. The question is he ready?
Yeah,
and unfortunately, Brock, you said some of this earlier. You got to go by him, not by JP. Right?
Yes.
It's not as much as you want to connect the two, and obviously I am here in the conversation. As much as you want to connect them, it can't be about whether or not JP is there. It's got to be about whether or not he himself is ready.
And just listening to Shannon's answer on Cole is kind of reinforces what we saw that week. And this is where you always got to be a little careful with spring training numbers.
Mm-hmm.
But when Julio won that job that spring, and we played that audio when Scott called him into the office and they called his mom, like that was a no doubter.
Mm-hmm.
It's like he's ready to go. Your eyes saw it, the numbers saw it, everything was like reinforced that, yep, he's going to be ready to go. Now he got hosed. The first month and a half, he got screwed at the plate numerous times, but there was an emotional maturity. There was an intelligent, like it was fine, and he was able to kind of overcome that. I've not gotten the sense from Ryan or Shannon or when we were down there or Dave and Bob last week that yep, Daniel Kramer, yep, he's ready to go. Yep, he's hitting 400. He's hitting, everything. But more importantly, it's not just the numbers. It's the process. It's everything that's going on. Like, yep, he's ready. He's ready to go.
And worth noting, he is a year younger now than Julio was when he made the team.
Correct.
He's 20. Julio was 21.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know whether that year is, I don't know how important it is, but
he's played how many games above single A?
Even Julio making the team that year was like, whoa, he's really, really young. Coming up at 20 would be a pretty crazy deal.
Lyle, how many games has he played above high A Everett?
40. He had 34 in Double A last year and then 6 in Triple A.
Yeah. He was pretty good in both places. He had a 790 OPS at Arkansas and a 1172 in his short 6-game stint at Tacoma. But I think ultimately you guys are all right. I would agree with all of this. I don't know whether this is a road you want to go down. You have the ability to play Rivas there. It maybe gives, whether it's Master Boney or Ryan Bliss, an opportunity to be up to start the year, and you kind of take it where it goes and
now,
give this guy the
Salk,
opportunity.
Salk, worst case scenario. Worst case scenario, JP goes on the 60 or 90 day, and it's months. Is that a different conversation?
I don't think it's a different conversation for opening day. No, I think that, you're watching it and monitoring it, and if he's ready, then you bring him up. But I think it's got to be about him, not about the roster. When he's ready, you'll find room on the roster. If JP's healthy and if everybody's healthy, you'll still find room for him on the roster. Like if he's ready,
his
he's ready, and you bring him up.
Man, I think honestly his defense plays. I think his style and his aggressiveness plays. That athleticism and that speed doesn't slump, and that travels. That all plays. But if we saw it with Cole Young a year ago, how challenging that can be to sustain, not a week, not 20 games, but to sustain. There's still some boxes to check along the developmental piece of this journey.
All right, good stuff. Hopefully JP is fine and all of this ends up being a moot point. The Mariners are saying they're not all that concerned, but again, he is on his way to Dallas to go meet with Dr. Keith Meister, who's one of the big names in the baseball world in terms of doctors. So we'll see what happens when he returns. We're getting ready for opening day. Are you guys ready? It's next Thursday.
I'm ready.
We want to send you and a friend to have a little opening day experience like no one ever has before. At least you haven't. Enjoy the player intros, the first pitch, and so much more from the field. From the field. To enter, all you got to do is open the Seattle Sports app. Click the Win tab and find out how. If you don't already have the app, simply text app, APP.
Yeah, you know me.
To 866-979-3776, and we will send you a link to download. Super easy. You can enter every day, increase your chances to win, and the contest will run through this Friday. All right. We will get back to this gigantic piece of news that I think kind of surprised us and threw us for a bit of a loop yesterday, but it's huge, and there's a lot of necessary sort of second and third conversations that come with it. That's coming up in 20 after everything you need to know next.
Having one of those days where a little of this would make things so much better?
Fastball, strike 3 called. He got him looking. How about that for a Cactus League debut? Cade Anderson striking out the side.
We got you. You can stream every Mariners spring training game live for free on the Seattle Sports app. Making lives better through Mariners baseball, one
goodbye baseball
at a time. Home of your American League West champion Mariners.
I don't know if you guys have looked at your weather app recently, but I'm looking at 10 straight days of rain. All of that rain this time of year It's all got to go somewhere, right? So the ground becomes completely saturated with water. That can cause real problems in your crawl space. It's why you want to call Crawl Pros and have them come out and check all of those issues so that they don't get a whole lot worse. The last thing you want are structural damage problems, or even worse, toxic mold in your home. Yeah, you don't want that. If you're worried the groundwater is making its way into your crawl space, call Crawl Pros and get that free corner-to-corner inspection that I've done at my house. They will go where you don't want to. They'll climb into that crawl space and see what's going on, what the water is. If they got a problem, they'll install some drainage, sump pump, reroute that water outside of your home's footprint where it belongs, far away from you. Don't take the risk. Do what I did. Call Crawl Pros. Have them come out for a free corner-to-corner inspection of your crawl space and attic. Yeah, they'll check everything. They'll look for rodents and insulation problems, all of it. If you're worried about critters, mold, water intrusion, plumbing issues, whatever, call Crawl Pros and schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Your old water heater's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net. Day and Night has $150 off installation of any new water heater, including tankless, backed by a free lifetime warranty.
Hi, I'm Bruce. When your old water heater leaks or fails, the damage could be catastrophic. Whether you need an emergency replacement or you're planning ahead before it leaks, give us a call and we'll help you get into hot water again.
Get $150 off installation of any new water heater.
DayandNight.net.
The March sales event is on at Toyota of Renton, and the deals are unbeatable. Finance the new 2026 Tacoma SR at 2.99% APR for 72 months, plus get $500 TFS subvention cash, or lease the 2025 Tundra SR5 at $539 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Find them at toyotaofrenton.com. Offers valid through March 31st, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, licenses, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable documentation fee. Model 7594-8361.
Imagine all that can happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes are going to come out, but what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price never changed for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most. That finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings attached. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand 6-7, your internet's going to stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions do apply. Select plans only.
I'm Neil, founder of Clayroom. When I found ceramics, I realized my calling was to give others the space to be creative. So I set out to open my own studio. Having a Chase Ink card has allowed us to grow it and bring people together. Now we're molding a creative community.
With the Chase Ink Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Compassion. Communication. Results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com. That's pendergastlaw.com.
So my friends over at Pure Talk have been sending me customer feedback from consumeraffairs.com, where thousands of people rate and review the top wireless providers. Here, for instance, is a nice note from James in Raleigh, North Carolina, who writes, quote, "After hearing Mike Rowe's ad, we made the switch to Pure Talk, and we couldn't be happier. We went from spending $1,200 a year with T-Mobile to $420 with Pure Talk. Thanks, Mike. Switch today!" Exclamation point. Pure Talk is saving James $820 a year. And because he literally wrote the words "switch today" in capital letters with an exclamation point, I'm going to go ahead and dedicate this commercial to him. So folks, take it from James in Raleigh, North Carolina. Pure Talk can give you unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month on the same 5G service the big guys are overcharging you for. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. You'll also save 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 to save an additional 50%. Thanks, James.
Jackson Hewitt has a great tax prep deal, $149 or less. Missing out is like ignoring the check engine light in your car. You'll regret it. Seriously, the price is only $149 or less, no matter how complicated, so don't wait. Like when you get a password expires today alert or you're shopping online and there's only one item left. It's like your taxes are in the cart, just complete the purchase. Hurry, this deal for $149 or less is like your phone at 1%. It's about to power down. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Drew Brees here. Whether you're on the field or on the road, having the right team on your side makes all the difference. I learned that the hard way. On the field, you don't go anywhere without a solid O-line. And when your car breaks down, you want that same kind of protection. That's why I trust CarShield. Their protection plans help you tackle expensive repairs so that you're not blindsided.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, Sonics fans, we're going to actually open this up and hear from you guys in a few minutes. So if you've got thoughts about what went down yesterday, we'd like to hear from you. It turns out to be a big deal. I don't know that we recognized it right when it happened yesterday, Brock, but as Shams came on later in the morning with Bump and Stacy, it became pretty clear this is not just a little thing. This is the real deal.
This first vote next week on the 24th and 25th of the Board of Governors meeting is a formality to pass, from my understanding, and that will then give the NBA the permission, the readiness to go and start a bidding process, start a franchise purchasing process to explore these two new expansion franchises in Las Vegas and in Seattle.
Kind of cool timing, Salk. It was in the summer. I was up in Alaska with some folks that are in the know and heard at that point that, whoa, hold your horses a little bit. This NBA Europe is a really big deal to the 30 current owners and everything else, and that's got to kind of make its way and sort itself out. And 6, 7, 8 months later, just timing-wise, I happened to be in the arena with some of those same stakeholders and definitely got the vibe that this was coming.
Yeah, I get a little more sound.
Definitely got the sense that no. I think the NBA Europe thing, that model is getting figured out.
Let me play
and
you
now
this.
These 30 owners are ready to go.
From Shams yesterday.
A year and a half ago, what I heard from a lot of people around the ownership level was just not knowing where it could be, not knowing what these teams could really sell for, narrowing down which markets you want to go in, right? So now you've narrowed it down as Las Vegas and Seattle. Now there's a projection of what a sale could look like, what the bidding prices could look like. And then from there, the NBA is going to have to do the work, and they're going to have to go out there and over the next several months, if and when, and I think there's a full expectation that this vote next week will be passed to then give the NBA the authority to do so, that's when the process starts.
Yeah, so at that point, we would see the NBA here in 2028-29. They would retain and receive back all of the Sonics history that Oklahoma City has taken. They can wear the uniforms. They can retire the numbers. Maura mentioned she saw Spencer Haywood last week. You got to retire his number. Like, all these people have been kind of waiting on this to happen over the course of the last 2 decades, and all of that would finally be able to move forward. So really, really great news for Sonics fans here in Seattle.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, WBC final set. Somebody just texted me saying Cal's not playing again tonight. Is that right? Do they have the lineup out already? I hadn't seen that yet, but that would make, 2 in a row for Will Smith? Wonder what's going on there, because generally they have been going back and forth between the two, U.S. and Venezuela. 5 p.m. Nice to see Gino Suarez with a big moment last night.
Rod Carew just got mad hits. Oh, that ball is crushed. Gino lifts off. Venezuela's on the board.
Got mad hits like I was Rod Carew, and then Gino Suarez going yard, Brock. Venezuela came back to win.
Just listen to that crowd.
Garcia.
Just listen to that.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. And it will be tonight as they're trying to defeat the Americans, and that would be a bummer for Cal. I mean, he has said his swing's not right. He's without a hit in the tournament, and you could see it. He's just not. He's just, his timing is just not. It's just not there. So this may be a performance thing. Maybe he DHs. Maybe he's on the bench available. Who knows? But it is going to be one jacked up scene. I'm excited. We've got the neighbor family coming over. They got a couple young, youth baseball players. They're stoked. Going to have some burgers and. Going to be pumped to watch the USA win this thing tonight.
All right. Let's see. Mariners have split squad games today. Cooper Criswell on the mound in one, Luis Castillo in the other, and J.P. Crawford apparently has gone off to Dallas to meet with Dr. Keith Meister. Going to find out what is going on with his shoulder. They're not that concerned, but they want to check the imaging and have him take a second look in order to make sure he is good to go.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
And then kudos to a couple of Seahawks, Brock, who earned themselves a little extra money. Drake Thomas and Anthony Bradford both get over $1 million bonus for the amount of playing time they had this year relative to the salaries that they had already signed. So that's all done. That was all collectively bargained through the league. There's like a pool of money that goes to those guys. Really cool. I found this sound from Anthony Bradford from a few months ago. I don't remember this. Maybe we played it or maybe I was out that day. I'm not sure. I really like this, though. This kind of, not that it, like, I don't know. I just really enjoy this. This is Bradford when asked if he saw all the social media criticism about him.
No, I see everything. Most of it be funny to me, to be honest. Like, everybody know I done went through some slander this year. You know what I'm saying? I done hopped on the bandwagon for sure a few times. I've been seeing myself on the internet a few times, and it's obviously funny. But yeah, at first when you see it, it's hard to take in because you get to wondering like, what was the people in the building thinking the same thing? But then again, you just got to trust yourself and know the work that you put in week in and week out. So, you know what I'm saying? It's pretty funny to me. I don't really pay too much attention to it, though.
That is, Brock, honestly, to my mind, one of the best answers I've ever heard to that problem.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that sound from the year?
No, I don't.
I don't either. We somehow must have missed it.
Where did the Soundhound sniff that one
I
out?
believe we played it. I think he was on with Wyman and Bob.
Yeah, the Soundhound probably put it on our email and we forgot to play it or something like that. It's probably our fault, but I noticed it today. I was like, oh my God. And listened to it, was blown away by it. I love it. I love the way he
admits. It is true. When you're
that
350 pounds and you're out of position and you're turned around the opposite way of everybody else, it is kind of funny.
I stand out. But compare that to like Justin Britt, remember, who would get so mad. And I thought he was super honest about it. Like, yeah, it hurt my feelings at first. And then I finally learned to find it funny. But then I was a little worried. What if the coaches feel the same way? And then I learned to trust myself. I don't know. It makes me like Anthony Bradford a lot. I really enjoyed that sound, so kudos to him. I thought that was cool.
Yep, and I'm sure along with all the playoff checks and that $1 million, that 1.4 versus the 1.2 he made in base salary, pretty cool deal. That is a pretty. That's over a $500 million fund that was negotiated in the collectively bargained agreement to take care of the undrafted guys, the mid-round draft guys, the low salary guys that way outperform their contract.
That's cool,
and get them in many cases more than even their yearly salary.
Now, have they collectively bargained for guys that are stealing money to return some of that money? I guess they just get cut. But anyway, that is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour on the Brock and Salk Show. Oh, yeah, by the way, Jalen Waddle traded earlier this morning to Denver. So keep your eye out on that.
Pretty hefty price. A lot of folks looking at that going, so it's a first, a third, and a fourth.
They exchange
and they get a
forwards.
fourth back.
So let's say it's really a first
and a third.
It's a lot
for Waddle. That's a lot. So what's AJ Brown worth? What's Max?
It is the 30th pick in each round.
It is.
So they were late first round picks, but still, it's a lot for Jalen Waddle. That's for sure. All right. Brock had a good idea to kind of open up the phone lines here. I think it's a good time for it. 866-979-3776. Your reaction to the news that the Sonics are coming back. I mean, this is not the formal announcement, but they are going to take this vote. The vote is going to pass, according to the experts who follow this stuff. And
it's
once
going to be
it
Vegas
passes,
and Seattle.
They're
the
not even
stadiums
allowing anybody else.
Built.
Yeah.
It's ready to go.
Like it's happening.
It's happening.
So how do you feel about it today? It'll be 20 years when it's all said and done from that 2007-8 season to the 2009 or 28-29 season when the Sonics do return. How do you feel? What is your biggest question? How will you react? What are you most excited for? Are you excited? I mean, whatever direction you want to go with this. This has been such a like sleeping giant of a story for so long, Brock, that I feel like you and I almost kind of forgot about talking about it. And then all of a sudden it comes back with a vengeance, and it really is huge news as of yesterday. So 866-979-3776. Let's open up the phones. We'll discuss this all together next on Brock and Salk.
ESPN senior baseball writer Buster Olney with Bump and Stacy.
Can you remember a season with this high of expectations for the Mariners?
No, nothing like this. Starting the season, a World Series appearance seems totally reasonable. If you pick any other team than the Dodgers to win, given their strength, you're kind of inventing a reason. But I'm picking the Mariners. I've got them on the record. I just don't want to be like everybody else and pick the Dodgers.
The full interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
And so it's 9:30 on a Tuesday morning. You hear my voice and you find yourself in this spot. You're 62 or older. You got a ton of equity in your home and you want to pull some cash out. You're sitting on cash, but a refinance or a HELOC means a bigger payment. And the cost of selling your home it's just too much right now. So what should you do? Well, Brock Hewitt here for Tila Mortgage. You don't need to live at a lower standard than you deserve. I'll tell you that. And to me, you got three options. You can sell your home. You can get that HELOC or refinance. Or number three, go dig into a reverse mortgage. Tila's done the analysis. They really do believe that a reverse mortgage is the most cost-effective way for seniors to get cash out of their home without selling and then having the option of no monthly mortgage payment. Too good to be true? I don't think so. Give them a call today and compare. Tila, spelled T-I-L-A, is a name you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. They're ready for your call on this Tuesday morning, 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888. Insurance and property taxes, borrower responsibility. Tila Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker, NMLS 247-2046.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
I need a little range. Step to the range. Come on, meet me at the
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
For those diagnosed with anxiety, depression, or PTSD, Northwest Ketamine Clinics wants you to know hope is within reach. Here's Brandon, a recent patient.
Going to sleep was challenging. Getting my brain to turn off was challenging. Just kind of getting through every day was a bit challenging. Like everything was a little too hard, a little too much resistance, and that just kind of evaporated. After the first few sessions of ketamine, it was noticeable. People remarked on it pretty quickly. I had done maybe 2 sessions, 3 sessions, and people started going, what are you doing differently? You look awesome. You just look like your skin is healthier and you look happier. To anyone thinking about giving it a try, if you have depression, ADHD, bipolar, any of those things feel like they would vastly benefit from it. So go for it. That's what I say.
Welcome to the Pacific Northwest's most experienced ketamine center. Book a free phone or video consult at nwketamineclinics.com. Healing starts here.
Opening day is just days away, and we want to send you and a friend to experience it like never before. Get front row access to the opening ceremonies, player introductions, first pitch, and more, all from the field. To enter, just open the Seattle Sports app and hit the Win tab. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. Better hustle. Contest runs through March 18th from the home of your American League West champion Mariners. Seattle Sports. Don't miss the John Schneider Show, presented by Silver City Brewery.
I truly believe defense wins championships.
Thursdays at 4, only on Seattle Sports.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and $250 free hair hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi, Chuck here at Frank Lumber the Door Store. Something that happens here most every day are customers and contractors looking to purchase doors they can take today. Frank Lumber has a good selection of pre-hung display doors that are ready to go. And if we don't have what you need today, whether it be style or size, and you find a door in stock, we can still get you taken care of quickly. Come visit our showroom and bargain barn in Shoreline. Also, be sure to check us out online at franklumber.com.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yeah, the news coming out yesterday that the Sonics sure look like this is going to happen, and they will return the league voting, and it will be they'll vote yes to open up the bidding process here. And once they do, the rich people will bid, and then a team will be awarded here in Seattle and one in Vegas. Wally from Snoqualmie says, hey, it's really just whether or not the people that bid on the teams bid enough to make the owner say, yes, let's add the teams. And I guess to that I would say, this stuff's already wired, man.
Yeah.
Like, if they're doing this, the league would never allow this to be public, that they were opening up the bidding process and then say, oh, we didn't get enough to make it worth it, because it would show that their teams aren't valuable enough. Mm-hmm. That would be a public relations disaster. It would be a nightmare. And Brock, I was just watching a West Wing episode just to come back to it, and they've got to put this guy onto a blue ribbon commission, Seth Gillette, senator, and they got to put him on a commission. They don't he can't say no. They need him on the commission. But he can't say no, because if he says no, it's embarrassing and all of that. So you know what they did? They just announced that he had already joined the commission, and he was like, I guess I'm going to have to be on it now. So they can't quite do that in this case, but the story is still relevant.
No, the Lakers have been sold. The Celtics have been sold. The Blazers are being sold.
Yeah.
The valuations are pretty clear. The arenas are already built, right? You're not having to wait for all of that process to go down. You have a world-class facility in Seattle. Everything that Adam and everybody that we bring on nationally will all say the same thing. The fan base, the appetite, the Kraken, the Seahawks, the Mariners, the Sounders, the Storm. Like, come on. It's just, it is a rabid fan base.
It's the last
been
piece
waiting
of the puzzle.
20 years.
Yeah.
That's right.
And so Brian Windhorst yesterday on NBA Today kind of explaining how this will work with the expansion fees and all of that.
There's a lot of things to be ironed out, but I will tell you this. There are going to be multiple bidders offering lots of money for both of these markets. And I think because of the money, that will solve the other concerns. You can ask concerns about talent. You can offer concerns about dilution. You can offer concerns about the expansion draft. You can offer concerns about who might have to move to the Eastern Conference. All of those will be interesting. The panacea for all of it is the amount of money we're talking about here, which once the Celtics and the Lakers sold for as high of a price as they did, resetting the market, and they believe that there are bidders that will put up this kind of money, it's going to win over the owners who are on the fence and get this process moving.
Mm-hmm.
You're right also, Brock, to bring up sort of the fabric now of this sports city. And it is different from when we first got on the air almost 17 years ago, almost to the day. It's like in 2 weeks, it'll be 17 years, something like that. Things are different, right? In that moment, the Sonics had just left. The Mariners were awful. The Seahawks were not
The Seahawks
good.
and Mariners were both within like a decade of speculation, and not just speculation with the Seahawks. As Todd Lewicki said, the vans were packed. The semis were packed. They were heading to L.A., Seattle at that point, even with the Mariners, like in the decade that preceded it with Smolian and Tampa and everything, like you weren't that far removed from those conversations.
But also the teams were both bad at that point. It took them a couple of years to bounce back. The Sounders had not started yet. They started that year. There was no rain. There was no Kraken. There was no.
Well, to be clear, Salk,
there was no torrent.
Rain. There was always rain. It's been a very
fair
wet
point. That's a good point. Yeah, that part's true. All right, that's always been the case. But you get my point. The Husky basketball team, I think, was much more relevant than it is now, and that's probably another good sign. I do wonder, honestly, if an NBA team here will help the Husky basketball team and kind of put a little bit more focus on the sport in the region. I don't think it would have the opposite effect. If anything, I think it just that's the rising tide that lifts boats and could potentially.
I think that's a good point.
You're going to have to find the right coach, and you're going to all of those things. And maybe they've got it now. I don't know. I haven't really been paying a lot of attention, but you got to get all that right, and you got to spend the NIL money, and all the other things have to fall into place also. But I would think that would end up being a boon to the Husky basketball team. The Husky football team is going up and down, and right now seems to be with a great recruiting class on the way up again. Like Kraken right now, we're in a playoff spot. Like there is some real momentum, and I
top
remember
5 sports town. It's a top 5 sports town.
That's kind of where I was getting at because I remember moving here in 2009, and people being like, "You're moving to one of the worst sports towns in the country," and I was like, "Really?" I know the Mariners have had their issues over the years, but like one of the worst. And then you think about it, and you're like, well, you're down to 2 teams. The Huskies had just gone 0-12, right? I mean, like there wasn't really anything else. Washington basketball was kind of occasionally it would be good, and it was actually pretty good in those years.
It was Sweet 16 and Rowe had it going. And
there were some pretty good moments there with Quincy Pondexter and
Brandon
Isaiah
Roy.
Thomas, and there were some good fun moments. What was my guy like? Scott Suggs, draining threes.
Oh, yeah.
Heck yeah. Love that guy. Anyway, like, look at it now.
Yeah.
I mean, the passion here, the success that we're now experiencing here. By the way, during that time, Seattle went from a pretty depressed economy to one that has boomed over the course of those 17 years, Brock. And I remember moving here in 2009. We just walked by our first apartment the other day as we were leaving Climate Pledge, and because we lived right there, right outside. You remember coming over there, right outside Seattle Center on 2nd Ave, 2nd and Denny, basically, in a building called Axis. Great place to live. Loved it. When we got there in March 2009, they were like, all right, we're going to give you 2 free months rent, and we're going to give you, you got a pet? Free pet rent. Do you have a car? Yeah, we got 2. We're going to throw in 2 cars, and we're going to give you a storage area. And we were like, yeah, all right. And like, what's the rent? Oh, my God, that's it? Like, yeah, we're in. Now? Yeah, good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck. I mean, everything has changed so completely since then. And now you've got the arena, and now the Seahawks are World Series champion or Super Bowl champions, and the Mariners are World Series contenders, and the Kraken are here. Like, it's one thing after another after another. What a completely different world the Sonics will be entering back into in just a couple seasons.
So what does you asked me earlier, my very first thought was, I can't believe in 28 it'll be 20 years. I really, if you would have told me in 08 and 09 it would be 20 years until the NBA would come back, I said, over my dead body.
What do you think it would have? What would you have thought it would have been?
Like 5 to 10 years.
That's about right. I would have said
like 5 to 10 years that a team's going to leave from New Orleans or Charlotte or a depressed market or whatever, and it's going to come back to. I mean, the Seattle market. This is not hyperbole. It's one of the crown jewels, one of the top 10 markets in the NBA. When it left, it's coming back.
Yeah.
And for it to take 20 years, by 2028, when they're bouncing the ball in that Climate Pledge, that kind of struck me yesterday.
Yeah. That's a long time.
I am kind of curious, though. I am kind of curious. We have some folks on the phone?
No. Lyle, what was your reaction?
Fired up. I almost didn't believe it at first because, again, we've seen this story so many times that even yesterday when we saw it, kind of like you guys said, I didn't know if it was just speculation again or if it was something real. We later found out it was. But no, the first thought on my mind, and it's been on my mind for years and years, well before like there was an announcement that a team could come back, is how's Kevin Durant going to end his career in Seattle? Now with the Sonics coming back, the stars are kind of aligning where there's a real chance for it to happen because he's got 2 more years left on his contract after this year. He's under contract next year and a player option in 27 and 28. So you enter that new season in 28, 29. He'll be 40, but he's an unrestricted free agent. And I got to tell you, for somebody who's talked as much as he has about coming back to Seattle to end his career here or to come back when the Sonics come back, how poetic if he got to bookend his career in Seattle. And it feels like it's a real possibility.
Yeah, I mean, he won't necessarily be good anymore at that point, right? Is he good now?
Yeah, he's still good.
He can still score, absolutely.
I mean, he's still averaging close to 20 a game. He's averaging 26 points a game at 37 years old.
That's amazing.
You can get into an argument with one of his Twitter burner accounts.
I know. Well, that'll be fun. That'll be good. I know everyone thinks I love drama here.
If all the Katie Burner stuff comes to Seattle.
And they probably won't be good right away, right? I was looking at the expansion draft rules, Brock. So here's how it works. Each expansion team would get to take unprotected players from other teams. Each current team, the 30 that already exist, would protect 8 of their current players. So each gets to protect 8 players. You cannot protect anyone on an expiring contract or a restricted free agent. Okay, so you could bring a player. They can't protect anybody that is about to be a free agent. So you could take someone and then sign them long term. Only 1 player can be taken per team. The contracts transfer as is, and then the expansion teams get a pretty decent chance at the number 1 pick. I think there's still a lottery that would take place, but you would have a pretty good chance for the number. Now, it is one challenge with being one of 2 teams coming in. They are also going to have an equally good chance at that number 1 pick, and they're going to be taking talent as well. Yeah. But yeah, I mean that is the process that would take place over the next couple of years.
Yeah, and you heard from Adam, and, I think that he said there's not going to be a challenge, that there is enough talent out there. Oh, I mean, the challenge is you have so many markets that just don't have competitive teams, even right now. So, this is not the NFL where things can turn in a year, where you can go from 4 wins like the Patriots and play in a Super Bowl the following year. This tends to be, I remember.
Well, some of those markets are trying not to win also.
That's true. I mean, they're trying to tank, and how can I get this and how can I get that? And
well, because it's, we were talking about this with the NHL the other day when I was at the game. Buddy of mine, it's like the difference between the first pick in the draft and the 5th pick in the NHL draft can be night and day. I mean, it can be the difference between, Macklin Celebrini, who's a star of stars, and a guy that, never going to make it. Like Capo Caco, I think, was a number 5 pick in the draft. Like, that's the kind of difference that
the Kraken have had some higher ones that didn't.
They had a 2nd and a 4th or 5th, what was right. But unfortunately, they didn't have a 1st. And the first guy sometimes is the guy. And even if you're 3rd, 4th, 5th, you're getting a good player. But it's not a franchise-changing player, and the NBA can be the same way, right? Where that first pick can be, it's the difference between getting a LeBron or
Steven Strasburg or Dustin Ackley.
Yeah, I mean, so you understand why those teams are tanking, because you need to have a superstar, at least you have, in order to win in this league. It does seem like there's been some evidence recently that things have changed. As much as I've been down on the NBA, you guys got me to watch a little of the Thunder at the end of last year. I know they're the enemy. But they actually played some pretty good basketball. Indiana was playing some pretty good basketball at the end of last year, and it didn't look the way it had for the previous decade.
No. It was 8, 9, 10 deep. It's incredible length and great defense. And if anything, honestly, in the 20 years that the game has gone, when I watch it now, and the Nuggets obviously have won a championship and are in that caliber, and Jokic, one of the great players on earth, I honestly watch the game now, and I'm like, they're too good. Back in the day when Dale Ellis was having his camps in town and teaching you how to shoot 3-pointers, you look at Dale Ellis or who was the guy from that you went to?
Dana Barros?
There you go, Dana Barros.
Could shoot.
Yes, he could. And he looked at those guys. Well, now everybody can basically do that. If you can't do that, it's like throwing 90 miles an hour in high school. All the guys are throwing 90 miles an hour in high school, I mean, the skill level is so stinking good today that you almost do wonder, man, do they need to do something to the rims and elevate them, or change this, or further, expand the 3-point line back? Because, it's just a different kind of overall talent and skill level. And yet with all of that, Yet with all of that, when it does come back and Seattle gets its team, it is going to, I think, take some time to get the whole audience back. Some of that trust and some of that anger and some of all of that history is still present. It's still there. But when it does come back, this is also an incredible basketball town. It's an incredible basketball town.
Yeah.
It's a great baseball town. It's an incredible football town. Like, you just kind of peel the layers of all of this, and this isn't just like,
well, and Brock,
look
the
at me
hockey
with
hasn't fully taken over, but because they haven't been as good. But that building is still full every day, and the Torrent have been unbelievable with what they've done with 11, 12, 13, 14,000 people a game.
I think
And the
basketball's
Sounders have
one of the-
obviously done what they've done.
I
It's
think
crazy.
basketball's one of the best sports to go to live. It's one of my favorites.
Mm-hmm.
I used to go all the time when I lived in Colorado because the Nuggets weren't good, so the tickets were cheap.
Dun, dun, dun,
I mean,
dun,
it
dun,
was
dun, dun,
when
dun.
I was at ASU, we used to get $1 tickets to the Suns because when I first got to school, they were really bad. The best kept secret in the NBA was Devin Booker. You'd go and he'd drop 30. The Suns wouldn't win, but he was electric. It was really before he even took off nationally.
Yeah,
It's
then
pretty
there
fun.
it is, and there's something to kind of just the communal element of it. You know, the rallies and the background. Ask Gas and Gras what it was like for all of the years through the 90s and the 2000s and all of that, and what the Sonics meant to that area at that time, and just the emotion and the passion and the vitriol that you have and the natural rivalries that do get
Well, and
created.
it's such a personal sport because you're so on top of it, and you can see everybody's face, and all those things are pretty unique to the game. 425 says, so you're telling me the two teams that got to the NBA Finals convinced you that the game has gotten better? Watch half the rest of the league. No, that's not what I said. I still don't watch the game. How would I know that? I watched a couple of the games of the finals and found that there is another way to win. You don't just need to have the number one overall pick and wait for him to get great. There are other ways to win in the game these days, which I guess is sort of the point I was trying to make. Regardless, huge deal. Congratulations to Sonics fans. It's not done yet, but it is. Like, this is now going to go down this road, and you can't play this sound from Brian Windhorst enough.
Been some stops and starts in this, and there's definitely a process, as Shams was describing. But for the first time really since 2008, I think if you're a Seattle Sonics fan, you can truly start to believe that the Sonics are in the process of coming back.
All right, pretty darn cool. Brock, I kind of went through some of this with you earlier. I'm pretty pumped for tonight. More and I late this afternoon. We're going over, Brock. We're going to check out the food for the Mariners food preview. We'll have a full
How many got
review.
the invites, by the way?
I don't know. I don't know who got these invites.
How many VIPs are
I don't. I can't speak to that.
A bunch of them are in the desert. I mean, they can't make their way up.
Not
And I don't
everyone
think
can.
I
Shannon
can say
and-
that we got a text, and we were told we were like that
Influencers.
person's one of their favorite food influencers.
Yeah.
Oh,
More and I
influencers,
kind
you
of, I
too,
mean, we
huh?
sort of consider ourselves to be big food influencers. Do you want to
AKA
hear
we
about some more of the
love
stuff?
food.
I mean, I told you about some of it, Brock, but there
Trying
is
to get
more.
me hungry as we.
Well,
end
I'm just
the show?
saying, like I told you about the bases loaded crab nachos. I told you about the Dockside double dip with the beer cheese crab dip, which just sounds incredible.
What is it with all this beer cheese?
Beer cheese is so good.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yes.
It really
Can you
is.
make it?
No. You have to buy it.
Did you see
can't
what,
make it.
what I'm most
It's not
excited
possible.
about?
Nobody can make it. You
Is the pretzel
have to
pileup.
buy it.
It sounds like it's pretzel nachos. You get beer cheese sauce, horseradish cream, bacon bits, and sliced scallions on
Yeah.
soft pretzel bites.
Excuse me, a pretzel pile up? Is that stuff all piled on it? Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, Brock, this is what we're talking about here.
What time does it start?
There's new sushi roll,
So
3
fly
o'clock.
in.
New
Great.
sushi roll coming out, Brock. So this is sushi rice, soy paper, crab salad, salmon, yellowtail, avocado, cucumber, and sesame seeds.
Called the Trident roll.
Yeah, I'm in.
If you're going to be a food influencer, you can't say things like crab salmon.
I
Those
screwed
are
up.
two
I misread it. Would
Well, I'm
you
just
chill
telling
out?
you, if you're going to be an influencer.
All right, how
you
about
gotta
this
get
one?
these
You want to hear
things
about?
right.
You want to hear a little? Now, this is speaking one of my favorite languages. This is one of my favorite words in all of dessert.
Vegemite sandwich.
At the can't miss. This is a can't miss game day bite. Chocolate mousse, soft serve in a cone or a souvenir helmet, garnished with mousse cookies, MOOSE. But is there? It's a Mr. Softy thing. Is there actually going to be mousse though? Like, I want some like chocolate mousse in there. I hope it's both. I hope it's mousse cookies and like chocolate mousse.
We'll see if we can get our hands on it. Last year, those dessert nachos went fast and we didn't get any.
Whoa, wait a minute. Lyle. Now, I know it's a churro. Okay, it's a type of churro. Churro. This is a fluffernutter churro. Lyle, I know you're a peanut butter and jelly guy every day. You ever do a Fluffernutter?
I don't think fluff's that good.
Okay. I mean, it's a huge Massachusetts thing to do Fluffernutters.
With peanut butter, I love that growing up.
Peanut butter and fluff on a sandwich. They call it a Fluffernutter.
What is fluff?
Marshmallow fluff. It's this weird, gross substance, but it's
Literally just a jar of
so gross.
like whipped cream looking marshmallow fluff that you spread.
It's
on a
spreadable
sandwich.
marshmallow. It's so disgusting.
You use it in fudge though. It makes good fudge.
It's also really good. Anyway, the Fluffernutter churro, Brock, topped with peanut butter, marshmallow fluff, crunch peanuts, and chocolate.
Okay.
I mean, that sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
So two things come to my mind.
Now,
as
wait,
we're
I got
walking.
one more for you. Hold on, because this is what you want to hear, Brock.
All right.
Rolling smoke barbecue. You can enjoy the rib platter, a half rack of slow smoked fall off the bone ribs served with 2 sides.
Okay.
The pulled pork sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
The brisket sandwich.
Okay.
Piled high on a toasted bun.
Mm-hmm.
The loaded mac and cheese topped with brisket or pork. And then the barbecue pit beans and the coleslaw. I mean, I don't want to say it, but I'm just speaking your language right now. I am just speaking.
I mean, the
your
loaded mac and
language.
cheese was what I was.
Okay. So critical here, a couple things.
Okay.
Number one, when do you and Maura head over? What time is this? 3? Number 2, are you eating anything between now and then?
I'm going to have like a little small lunch.
Little small lunch.
Yeah, like some fish.
Are you going to try to sample everything?
Kind of have to. I think that's the job. I mean, they're asking you to sample as much as you can.
I mean, last year I probably only tried half. There was 2 rooms of stuff.
Yeah, as much as I love all the pizza, you probably got to stay away from that because that's very filling. And you know, I mean, I've loved Ballard Pizza Company pizza, but I know it, so I'll probably stay away from the pizza.
Sweats? You wear sweats?
I don't think so. I don't think it's a sweat.
Nothing with a button. Nothing with a button, though.
No, you know,
No,
because you don't
you
need to
can't
eat
wear
a
a button.
lot of
No.
each thing, Brock. You're just taking a bite or two. It's like a wine tasting.
So rattle off all those things you just.
But you're just taking a bite of each. You don't eat a ton of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's all fine.
Okay.
You don't eat like a full rack of ribs
Well,
and then be
I'd like
like,
a ranking
okay, I'm
tomorrow.
ready for the moose. Like
I would like you and Maura to rank your top 3 tomorrow.
I think
you
we will.
You will have a ranking.
Okay.
I would like it to be very.
More, you want to do ranked tomorrow of the best foods that we were
many
able to
honorable
eat?
mentions are you gonna?
How many things did we just name? I think that's it's a pretty good question that you're asking. Anyway, all right. Well, that's going on today. We will give you the update on that tomorrow.
The WBC tonight.
Yes.
Some news, probably not on JP. He's visiting the doctor today. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, visiting the doctor today. And I did see, I think Ryan and Shannon both tweeted some comments from Hollander. They're not thinking surgery. This is not a worst case scenario. It's get another opinion and try to get a real,
Yeah,
to
I
make
mean,
sure
all
this
that
doesn't
is
linger.
true, and I'm sure that's the case. But also, he wasn't playing. He went into a game, and now he's not playing again.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, both of those things can be true at the same time. You can have a level of concern where like, hey, wait a minute, this is not the way you want this story to be written. On the other hand, it doesn't mean that they could be incredibly cautious right now because it's spring training and you have the opportunity to do that. So,
But then again, opening day is 9 days away.
yeah, it's getting pretty close. It is getting pretty close.
You know what I'm ready for? I'm ready for real games.
Yeah.
I'm kind of ready for real
I mean,
games.
who isn't?
Well, there's a lot of just hope springs eternal. There's a lot of fun. We're down there watching the first week of spring training
Close enough?
games.
We
It's
should be
great.
close enough yet that we can see a 10-day forecast for that day. I bet it's going to be beautiful. Let's see. It's been so nice here. Let's just get a quick look on that before we go. Daily, according to AccuWeather, Thursday the 26th, 49 and raining. Oh, that sounds great. Well, that sounds like a wonderful way to start
my
the
Apple
baseball
phone
season.
says 52 and partly cloudy.
Okay, well, mine right here, Brock, says you don't use AccuWeather. This says 49 degrees and raining. Considerable cloudiness with periods of rain.
This is Chris and I every day. I just use the Apple phone one, and he uses AccuWeather, and he'll be like, "No, it's going to be this."
Well, Apple phone is like some budget discount weather. Use AccuWeather so you actually know what's going on.
Well, it's showing some sun on the Apple forecast.
Yeah, great. The Apple forecast is good for like an hour, and then they have no idea. We got to go. We will be back tomorrow morning, of course, at 6 a.m. Bumpin' Stacy coming up next. And have a great rest of your day. Till tomorrow, the hay
is in the barn.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
ESPN senior baseball writer Buster Olney with Bump and Stacy.
Can you remember a season with this high of expectations for the Mariners?
No, nothing like this. Starting the season, a World Series appearance seems totally reasonable. If you pick any other team than the Dodgers to win, given their strength, you're kind of inventing a reason. But I'm picking the Mariners. I've got them on the record. I just don't want to be like everybody else and pick the Dodgers.
The full interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Baseball season is in full swing, and Toyota of Kirkland is kicking things off with two lineup standouts, the Camry and the Corolla. Whether you want the Camry's smooth power or the Corolla's reliable efficiency, these are the cars built to get you to every first pitch. Take a test drive today so you can take home your new Toyota that same day. No waiting, no extra innings. Step up to the plate at Toyota of Kirkland or online at toyotaofkirkland.com. That's toyotaofkirkland.com.
Pet owners and parents know the struggle. Every time dogs or kids go outside, they track mud right back in. If you're tired of scrubbing floors, you need Muddy Mat, the anti-mud mat that cleans paws and shoes before they ruin your home. Only Muddy Mat features thousands of ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary mats, instantly trapping dirt and water to protect your floors. Put it by every door, under pet bowls, in the kitchen for spills. It even makes a perfect bath mat. And it's 100% machine washable, so cleanup is effortless.
Since getting Muddy Mat, I don't worry about what my dog gets into. His paws are clean the second he steps off.
No more mopping. I love it. Thank you, Muddy Mat.
Right now, get a free medium Muddy Mat of $50 savings with your order of 2 or more mats at buymuddymat.com. This offer is only available at buymuddymat.com. That's BUYMUDDMAT.com. Don't wait. Get your free Muddy Mat today at buymuddymat.com.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
If you actually are the person that will take care of them after the fact, if you actually will be there for them, if you will pick up your phone, then they come back to you.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Mariners fans, the 2026 season is officially on deck. And Cal, Julio, and the defending AL West champs are ready to feed off your energy at T-Mobile Park. Be here for every monster home run. There it is, number 60. The magical tour of Cal Raleigh just continues. Every 100-mile-per-hour heater.
He throws it and the ball game's over. Andres Munoz has simply been incredible.
Every clutch moment. A bases clearing, 3-run double by Josh Naylor. Holy smokes, the Mariners have the lead. It's going to be an epic 50th season, and you won't want to miss it. Mariners baseball. Try to answer.
Lock in your spot for the season with a Mariners Reserved membership. Get the best seats at the best prices for 20 games or the whole slate. Plus, enjoy perks like guaranteed postseason access, year-round savings, no ticket fees, and more. Memberships start under $500. Find your plan at mariners.com/26.
Listen every morning to Brock and Salk for Need to Know, powered by Marquee Data. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to learn more.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and if you have joint pain, this will be of interest to you. This Thursday night at 6 p.m., Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, is having a free live webinar to talk about stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
What joints have you seen good success with?
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees. even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Learn more about stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, one of the most experienced in the country with over 20,000 stem cell procedures. Go pain-free in 2026. Join his free live stem cell webinar this Thursday night at 6 p.m. Register at drmarkwagnermd.com. Dr.